yet. I currently represent House District 56, which is Summit County, where I live, just outside of Dillon. It also includes Eagle County, where I lived beginning in 1978 when I moved to Vail from Cleveland, one of my best decisions of my life, and I also currently represent Lake County. In the reapportionment process, the boundaries were changed, and House District 61 is now Summit County, Lake County, all of Pitkin County, northern Gunnison County, and eastern Delta. So I have a beautiful part of the western slope to represent. I was appointed to fill a vacancy 2 years ago when Christine Scanlon, who was elected to the position, joined the governor's staff. In the House of Representatives, the seats are 2-year terms, so all of us run every 2 years, so I'll be running to be able to have the opportunity to serve you in November. My former background is 35 years in public education. I retired as the superintendent of schools in Summit County before I took this position. I've had 2 years in the legislature. I've worked on issues that matter to the Western Slope. I've worked on some education issues, most notably this year, worked to improve K-3 literacy throughout Colorado, and was able to find a little bit of extra funding to support schools in that effort. Have also worked on issues related to congestion and safety on Interstate 70, so that goes through the major part of my House district. Have also worked on issues related to forest health, and was able to successfully pass a bill that continues the forest restoration funding and programs that allows communities and HOAs to come together to seek a little extra funding to do work with fire mitigation and other issues related to forest health. I've met Rachel through my work on the Northwest COG Quality and Quantity Initiative, and we'll be meeting soon, coming up in July. But mostly I'm here just to introduce myself. If you do have any questions or comments or suggestions for me about issues that I should be aware of as I try to do my best work in representing you, I certainly am open to hearing those. Thank you.
Board? Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Now, you handed out cards, but how would a constituent do? What's the best way?
Well, the same way. On my card is my email address and my cell phone number.
Could you just say them?
I certainly could. And I also have a website. It's www.milliehamner.com. And my cell phone number is 970-389-4542. My email address is rephamner@gmail.com.
Great.
And I love to hear from people because that's really how I do my best work.
Good.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Millie.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Ooh, then I get to go enjoy Aspen for the rest of the afternoon. Woo-hoo.
Very good.
Or you can sit through our meetings.
Gee, let's see. See ya. But thank you very much.
Thanks for your hard work.
I look forward to working with you.
I see representatives of the clerk's office out there. Would they like to talk about the upcoming election? Please. Why don't you come forward?
Good afternoon. I'm Dwight Shellman. I'm the Pitkin County Election Manager, and
I'm Janice Voss-Caudill. I'm the Pitkin County Clerk and Recorder.
And we just wanted to stop by at Rachel's excellent suggestion and just remind Pitkin County voters of the primary election that's on Tuesday, June 26th. That is a week from next Tuesday. Is that right? 2 weeks from next Tuesday.
2 weeks from Tuesday.
That's good. Just remind people of some important deadlines and the like. Unlike most counties in Colorado, Pitkin County is conducting a traditional primary election where people can vote by a mail-in ballot or at early voting in our office the week before the election or at their polling place on Election Day. And what I've just said is not true for neighboring counties such as Garfield and Eagle. They are conducting all mail ballot primary election, but we are not. And we elected to do this traditional election simply because Late last year, the board slightly altered the boundaries of the voting precincts and changed some of the polling places, and we thought this was a good opportunity to get people acclimated to their new polling places in advance of the general election in November.
You know, and one other reason that we're doing this is it's in preparation for the presidential election, which will be probably one of the largest elections since 2008, which was the largest election. And this helps the judges to train and us to prepare to be more effective and efficient this fall for the presidential election.
Just a couple of date notes. First of all, I'm going to rattle off several dates here, and I know it's hard to keep track of just listening to me, but our notice of election will be published tomorrow in the Aspen Times. This is generally what it is going to look like. All the important dates that I'm going to mention are here on the left-hand side of the ad, and then on the right-hand side are actually the ballots that are available in the primary election, depending on a voter's party affiliation.
So anyone watching this a few days from now, look for the June 14th, the notice in the June 14th Aspen Times.
And an important reminder is that, again, unlike every other county in Colorado, every eligible voter, every registered voter in Pitkin County is eligible to vote in this primary election. If they are not affiliated with one of the parties, one of the 4 parties that has their own unique ballot, they are permitted to vote a nonpartisan ballot, which this year contains the County Commissioner District 4 race for Pitkin County. If voters would like to vote by mail-in ballot, there are 3 important deadlines. First, the deadline to request a mail-in ballot, if it is to be mailed to you, is Tuesday, June 19th, next Tuesday. If you want to pick up a mail-in ballot in our office, the deadline is Friday, June 22nd. And it's important to remember that all mail-in ballots must be returned and in the hands of my office by 7 p.m. on Election Day. You can drop off your ballot in person, or you can mail it back to us, but please bear in mind that deadline. If you do mail it back to us, you need to supply return postage of 65 cents.
Also, for those individuals that have permanent mail ballot, that have always requested that their ballots be mailed every election to them, those ballots have already gone out last week, and you should have received them by now.
And if you haven't, please call us at 429-2713. Early voting is 1 week before the primary election, essentially. It starts Monday, June 18th, and concludes Friday, June 22nd. The early voting hours are 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and the early voting location is Plaza 1, basically the county commissioner's regular meeting room behind the clerk and recorder's office at 530 East Main Street in Aspen. And then finally, we will have polling places on Election Day. Once again, I remind Pitkin County voters that the voting precincts have changed slightly. We have sent out letters to everyone who is now located in a new precinct as a result of the redistricting that we completed in 2011. We are sending out postcards to people who are still in the same precinct but whose polling places have changed. And let me just mention the changed polling places. Precinct 4, which is generally the West End and Snow Bunny, used to vote at Crossroads Church. Crossroads Church is no longer a polling place. Those voters, together with voters in Precinct 2, will vote at the Red Brick Center for the Arts. St. Mary's Church used to be the polling place for Precinct 2, although it had not been used a lot in recent years. But again, St. Mary's Church is no longer a polling place. If you used to go to St. Mary's Church, you need to go to the Red Brick Center for the Arts also. And then finally, Precinct 3, which is kind of the east end of Aspen and up Independence Pass, used to vote at the Common House. That is no longer a polling place. Those voters need to go to the Rio Grande Plaza. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day, Tuesday, June 26th.
Great, thank you. Yes, Jeff?
Right, I wonder if some consideration is given to, on Election Day, putting notice on those 3 sites that are no longer available.
Yes,
Is that correct?
absolutely. In fact, those signs will be going up in the next several days. And the polling place signs went up today.
Rachel?
Well, thank you both for taking the time out of your busy schedule for this. Honestly, I was confused. I was thinking, well, the last election was mail-in. Where's my ballot in the mail? And then I realized that, I'm not on that permanent mail-in list. I like to vote when there is a polling place, but I actually hadn't even realized that we were doing it this way. So that's a great heads up to people. Don't keep waiting for one in the mail if you're not on that permanent list. You have to vote in person or go by your office for early voting or request one as you've outlined. So thank you very much for helping get that information out.
I have one last shameless plug. We need community members in Pickens County that are interested in helping us with the mail ballot process on Election Day. That would be from noon until we finish everything that evening for just the mail ballot process. So if anybody's out there and they're interested in helping us, please call 429-2713. We're still looking for additional judges to help us with the mail ballot process. We have our polling place in order, we have our early voting in order, but we're short judges for mail ballot.
Yes, Rob?
Thank you very much for all your help. You guys do a great job really getting the public information out there and running a very complicated system. I do send a lot of people to pickinvotes.org, and I think it's a very informative website. But I will note on the homepage of pickinvotes.org, there's a link to what's called the 2012 election calendar, which is kind of a 7-page PDF of everything under the sun in terms of anything with a deadline having to do with elections for the entire year. But also on the home page there is a election calendar that doesn't seem to be loaded with information right now. For instance, the 26th is kind of a blank day on that calendar in terms of it being an election day. So I think that's through, I direct a lot of people to that website, and I know there's a way to get that information off the home page, but if we could get that calendar loaded with information, I think it'd be very helpful for everybody.
Yeah, we have encountered recently some data compatibility issues with that particular platform. We're doing a complete reconstruction of the website, but due to my own family issues, that was delayed a little bit. We hope to have that up and online and completely correct by the end of this week or the beginning of next week at the latest, and I apologize for that. That website has been a little difficult to work with, and Cindy Klob in our office has spent an enormous amount of time, and the new website will be much easier to use and I think much more intuitive.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
Dwight and Janice, thank you very much. We appreciate it, and people can always contact the clerk's office for any answers they might need.
that's correct. My number is 429-2709, and our main elections number is 429-2713.
That's the number I was going to give.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time for commissioner comments. Commissioners, comment? George?
Thanks. Riding on the bus today, coming into town, I noticed the tents set up in Pepin Park, and it just reminded me that we're in the start of a great summer season. Summer season kicked off last weekend up in Snowmass with the Chili Fest. This coming weekend we've got the Food and Wine in town, and then a whole plethora of events throughout the entire summer. There's always this question and this discussion, debate, whether we need to encourage more special events coming into town, but when we look at everything that we have to offer starting last week and going on, It's incredible. The Music Associates, of course, it's an ongoing 8 weeks of special events. The Aspen Institute as well, many events open to the public. The Physics Center is celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. We've got theater in the park, and we've got so many other events. Ride the Rockies just came through yesterday. I had a chance to talk to a few of the riders. They came from as far away as Washington, D.C., and I talked to someone from Indiana, and they all are really enjoying traveling through the valley. The Pro Cycle Race is coming up in the end of the summer, and so there's just so much going on. It's hard to enjoy it all, but I hope people will get out and enjoy the arts and the culture and all the outdoor activities.
Thank you, George. Did you have a comment, Jack?
Recently, Mountain Rescue went for a recertification process, and we as a community are very proud of them. Instead of trying to point out a few things, I'm going to read a very brief article here. Mountain Rescue Aspen successfully completed its 5-year accreditation exam this weekend, the Pickens County Sheriff's Office announced. The 2-day test included an avalanche scenario, winter steep snow evacuation, vertical rock rescue, there was even a picture in one of the newspapers about that, low angle rock rescue, and a missing person search. A 32-person evaluation group comprising members of the 12 other regional mountain rescue teams traveled from as far away as Alaska to test the Aspen organization. More than 40 Mountain Rescue Aspen personnel were involved in this exercise. Flight for Life Colorado also joined the reaccreditation exam during the avalanche and winter steep snow evacuation Sunday. This is really something that we actually would expect because we have such a top-rate organization in mountain rescue, but you have to go through the accreditation process every 5 years. Our sheriff is very closely linked to this group. He actually manages the mountain rescue as far as response, etc. And credit ought to be given all the way around to the organization and all the volunteers.
Thank you, Jack. Any other comments, Rachel?
Just fairly briefly, I wanted to make the public aware, any who may be watching the relay broadcast of this, that there is going to be an open house on the Sudi-Wexner Land Exchange over at the Aspen City Hall today on Galena Street, which will be from 4 to 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 13th. If you are unable to attend that, your public comments are still going to be accepted by the BLM, I think, to Friday the 22nd is the...
20th, maybe?
Okay, the 20th? Yeah, you may be more correct. The Wednesday the 20th. So that is a very important public policy decision, and the more that Pickens County residents weigh in, the better the informed decision will be. So that's something for everyone to take note of. The second is to really thank those who, throughout our entire valley, are members of the volunteer fire departments, and to remind everyone about the extreme fire danger we are facing. You don't have to look further than the Denver Post or anything online, top story in USA Today and Google News about the large fire in Larimer County. I think it's up to around 70 square miles now. This is huge, and these things will get out of control very, very quickly. So please pay attention to the fire ban, the fireworks ban, and just be very careful with any activity that may send sparks into the brush. So let's all keep it safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. No further comments from the commissioners. Will go on. The first item is consent actions, minutes of the work session 5/8, 5/15, special meeting 5/15, regular meeting 5/23. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I was not here for the 15th.
Okay. So do you want to take that out?
I'll make a motion to approve the work sessions of 5:08 and the regular meeting at 5:23.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then is there a motion to approve the meetings, work session of 5:15 and the special meeting of 5:15?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the work session of 5:15 and the special meeting of 5:15.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I will also abstain from this. I was not at that meeting.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh.
You
Abstain.
can strike
Yeah.
Rachel's.
But I trust the other guy's vote there. It's fine.
And then item number 2 is a resolution appointing citizen board members to county boards. Is there a motion or any discussion of that? Yes, George?
I'll make a motion to approve, and this is for Marcia Gosford, who is going to be refilling the regular seat for Housing Authority. P&Z members, appointee is Monty Thompson, who's moving from an alternate to a regular position. Alexi Knopf, who is filling an alternate position. And James Vashansi, who is filling an alternate position under P&Z as well.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Jack?
I'm going to abstain from this because I'm not totally on board with everyone, and I have to say I certainly would never vote against the volunteer. I'm not comfortable.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Jack. There's kids were stomping around.
Yeah. Okay, start again. I'm going to abstain. I am not comfortable with all of these members being appointed to positions, but I am very uncomfortable voting against. I think proof in the pudding is going to be as they work on the board, and I'd love to be proved that my hesitation was incorrect.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Thank you. The next items are consent public hearings. The first one is a special event liquor permit for the Aspen Writers Foundation, a program of the Aspen Institute.
And these are public hearings.
Yes, I'll open it up to the public.
Hello.
Jeanette Jones, Deputy County Clerk, and I have with me...
Could you speak up a little bit, Jeanette? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Jeanette Jones, Deputy County Clerk, and I have with me Jamie Kravitz, who is the event planner for the Aspen Institute.
For the Aspen Writers Foundation.
Writers Foundation for the Aspen Institute. Okay. And I'll probably, if it's okay with you all, I'll turn the time over to Jamie and let her tell you a little bit about their event.
Sure. And forgive me, I've never done this before, so if I'm missing what I'm supposed to tell you, please stop me. Basically, it's just a benefit dinner at the home of Isa Cato Shaw and Daniel Shaw. Approximately 175 people. Catered event. Pretty standard fare for a party for a nonprofit in the Valley.
Jeanette, let me ask you a question. If this is a private party, why do they need a liquor license?
You're going to be selling liquor.
We're selling tickets to the event. I don't. And
Yeah.
my understanding was that because of the public roads to get there, we had to have approval.
Yeah. If they're selling tickets opening it up to the public, then it justifies a special event liquor license.
Okay, so because they're selling tickets to the public, and anyone in the public can buy a ticket, it's viewed as a special event. And
Correct.
therefore, a special event has to have a liquor license in order to serve the public. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, Rachel?
Thank you for being here today. Would you tell us what is the fundraiser for and how can people get tickets?
The fundraiser benefits all the Aspen Writers Foundation's programs, providing scholarships to aspiring writers and to kids for writing camps in the Valley. You can buy tickets that's advertised online and through invitations sent out to our mailing list.
Okay, so contact the Aspen Writers Foundation
Yes.
website?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? This is a, yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Do you know, are your bartenders having the tips training?
Yes, they've all had the training.
This is a public hearing. Are the members of the public who would like to comment on this liquor license application? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing for this application. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I'd like to move approval of special event liquor permit for the Aspen Writers Foundation, a program of the Aspen Institute.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our second special event liquor license application has been submitted by the Buddy Program, and Dave Kookie, I believe, is here to talk a little bit about this event.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I am the new executive director of the Buddy Program. Been there about 3 months. Took over from Catherine Ann Provine, who was there for many years before that. So you're probably aware the Buddy Program's been around for 39 years, serving currently 650 youth from Aspen all the way down to Parachute, providing mentoring services through adults in the community, high school students, in schools. We have a summer camp going on right now in Moab where we have 30 youth down there. I was just down there yesterday with them rock climbing and rappelling, which a lot of them have never done before. Pretty exciting stuff. So we have our annual fundraiser Friday, July 6th. We've done this. This is the 14th year we've done this. It's formerly known as the Boogie's Bash. This is now the bash for the buddies. And it's going to be at the ranch of Soledad and Bob Hurst this year out in Jolanda Lane and McLean Flats. We're expecting 500 to 600 people, which is what we typically do. And we raise a lot of money for the Buddy Program. That's going to be a great party. It's being co-planned by Nancy Snell of Nancy Snell Events and Jason Burns of DL Events, who's here with me today. And it's there's a silent auction, live auction, and a big dance party after dinner, catered by a lot of great Aspen restaurants. So we're really looking forward to it. Would encourage anybody that wants to come. Tickets are, like the last event you heard about, are open to the public. You can get tickets at buddyprogram.org on our website, or by calling our office at 970-920-2130. And tickets are on sale now. So I think it's going to be a great event. I would just also mention that we have the annual Boogie 5-mile Buddy Diner race on July 4th in the morning. That is also available. If people want to register, they can also go to our website, buddyprogram.org, to find out more information. We typically have about 1,000 people participating in that. And also new this year is Lemonade Day, which is on Saturday, June 30th. And we're hoping to have 500 kids involved with their own lemonade stands all the way from Aspen down to Glenwood Springs. So that Saturday, as you're wandering around the Aspen Institute Festival over at the Music Tent or other places, you'll see lemonade stands all over town. So stop by and get a glass of lemonade.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Well, welcome to your new role with
Thank
the
you.
Buddy Program. It's a great program, and it's something my son participated in many, many years ago.
Great.
Are all your bartenders tips trained?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Screeching halt to the vote. It is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to talk about this liquor license application? Seeing none, we'll now gear up for the vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
The next items are consent items. First reading set for public hearing on June 27th. The first item is an ordinance authorizing the Prince Creek Trail property acquisition. Dale Will is here to talk about that.
Brought a couple.
It's okay to keep this, or do you want to pass it?
We're handing them out to the rest of them.
Thank you, Michael, and I'm fortunate to be joined by Marcus Lanik, who is the manager of the Tybar Ranch and also the secretary treasurer of the North Thompson Mineral Land and Cattle Corporation, and we have an item, the Jerome Park Management Agreement up with them next. I'm not sure that I've got my flash drive properly in here, and bear with me while I try to get the map of the property we want to discuss up on the screen.
Mark, could you spell your last name? It's Nieslani.
Ah. I'm happy to be here to propose to you another acquisition by the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program. This is a trail corridor and a trailhead parcel that are presently owned by the Tybar Ranch. Many of you know Emma Danziger, and the Tybar Ranch is owned by Emma and her family trust. And we have a map of the entire ranch up on the screen here. I think in total it's about 600 acres that lies just northeast of Prince Creek Road, just above the Red Barn is a common landmark. And we've been talking to the Tybar Ranch about different things for some time. We would love to see the ranch subject to conservation easements ultimately. But as our conversation has evolved, the first step in what I hope is a series of other transactions presented itself as this trail corridor. And I think it's easier to see really the nature of it in some aerial photos. Let me get those up. These photos are courtesy of Altitude Filmworks, and just a quick acknowledgement, they provided these to the county free of charge. They were taken at a demo of their new contraption down at the Tybar Ranch, but they have a radio-controlled helicopter that can fly around and take pictures, and here it is hovering over the Tybar barn. We are looking up Prince Creek Road. You can see Prince Creek's subdivision in the middle upper part of the photo, and the trail easement, or excuse me, trail parcel would encompass the strip of land. It varies between about 30 feet and up to over 100 feet in different locations for about a mile coming down Prince Creek Road. You can see in this photo the corridor starts in this Gamble Oak forest. It works its way up around the edge of a pasture, doubles back into Cottonwood Grove, crosses Prince Creek, and extends all the way up to the top of the property, where currently the boundary is with lands that are owned by the Wexner family. As Rachel noted, there is a land exchange proposed. The property that this trail corridor connects to is proposed to be conveyed to the BLM pursuant to this land exchange, and is presently the site of numerous mountain biking trails that were built without the landowner's consent, but have been tolerated by a succession of landowners. So at the top of this trail corridor, what we would have is a trail that, if the land exchange occurs, would emanate into BLM land. If the land exchange doesn't occur and the trail property, or the upper property, remains open to the public, it would still emanate into those trails. Or if none of those things occur, if the upper property, people call the Haynes parcel, is no longer open to the public, then nevertheless we believe this trail corridor serves an important function, because you can see that it traverses the property up above the intersection with Handy Lane, and the intersection with Handy Lane is currently the site of some discussion in the neighborhood because it is used for parking by those seeking access to the trail system I was just describing, as well as trails up on the Crown and the Hay Park Trail. So there's lots of cars that park there, and Mark might have a comment about that today as well. The County Road and Bridge Department had been approached some time ago to try to find a solution for that, and we believe that this contract that we are presenting now will offer some relief for the current situation with congestion on the road with essentially trailhead parking. Now looking down the road from the barn, you will see that we come through the lower part of Tybar's Big Pasture. We're in a cottonwood grove that's beautiful, and the acquisition offers not only the opportunity to build a soft surface trail, but also to undertake some stream bank enhancements on Prince Creek. Prince Creek is fairly heavily impacted due to water diversions, but nevertheless is still sustaining a cottonwood gallery, and we all feel that it would be a nice place for the public to get out of the sun and start up this trail. Crossing the road is a parcel of about 4.6 acres that we're calling the bullpen parcel, that is in our contract for purchase to be a trailhead area that, subject to management planning pursuant to our standard process, could become a place where people can park their cars. It also has a domestic well in place and therefore could potentially serve for additional public recreation facilities. Some have proposed a bathroom might be useful in that location. Below the bullpen parcel, the East Mesa Ditch comes across within a short space, and Mark is also active in the East Mesa Ditch Company. They have recently voted to allow us to pipe that ditch to create a trail platform and also to potentially address the traffic safety on this bend. The bend down by the Red Barn is believed by many to be one of the most dangerous spots on all of Prince Creek Road, and apparently has been the site of people sliding off and into the ditch and so forth. So with that ability to pipe the ditch then crosses the road, and there's two private parcels that are sort of out parcels in Tybar Ranch. One is owned by a former county commissioner and the other by another private party. We are in discussions with both of those individuals about potentially extending the trail easement right along the edge of Prince Creek Road through their properties. And then down below that, we get back onto Tybar Ranch, and our contract includes a trail easement along the fence line down just inside Garfield County. The county line runs right about here, and that location would again provide a way to get trail users off of Prince Creek Road. We've ground truthed it in. There's currently a level flat platform that might be utilized for a trail without much work on it at all. The details of our contract are that the purchase price is $1.25 million. That price is allocated $500,000 to the bullpen parcel of 4.6 acres, and that parcel is subject to an appraisal contingency. The balance of the $750,000 is allocated to the trail corridor parcel. The Open Space Board elected not to place an appraisal contingency on the trail corridor parcel, and the reason is that we have found in the past that appraising things like that is doesn't lend itself to, let's say, accurate standard appraisal techniques, and also such appraisals have a hard time acknowledging the significant public benefits from that. So the recommendation from the Open Space Board is to accept this contract with the purchase price and those contingencies. The Open Space Board also recommends that the county ordinance authorizing this acquisition reserve the ability to later sell some or all of the bullpen parcel should the planning for the area indicate that it's not suitable for the trailhead use. Then we could pass that along again. I think that's a pretty thorough description of this. Personally, I'm excited about this project because it's the most recent in a series of projects we've been able to do with active ranches where we've got public recreation opportunities nestled up to the ranches. Probably the most significant was the Drone Park conservation easement that includes an easement for the Spring Gulch Nordic skiing area, and more recently, and you can just start to see it in this view, we worked with the Cold Mountain Ranch to acquire trail easements and the ability to pipe ditches to create the first 5 miles of the Crystal River Trail. There again, giving people a chance to watch a working ranch from the safety of a grade-separated trail. So I'm quite happy to recommend this to you, and would ask if Mark has anything to add to that.
I just have one comment. Emma is sorry she couldn't come today, but she also serves on the Book Cliffs Arts Council in Rifle, as well as the Arts Council in Carbondale, and they are getting ready for an event in Rifle, so she had an events meeting today. But she is as excited as Dale is about this program, and of course we have been working on it for quite some time. And as you all probably are aware, we at one time were talking with Dale about a full conservation easement on the ranch. It's an awfully complicated process, and so we have decided to phase that down. So this would be phase one of what we hope will come to fruition in a couple of years by placing an easement on the entire parcel. So we think it's a wonderful program. Safety is an issue for us. We have always been concerned about the increasing number of people that are parking on Prince Creek Road on Handy Drive, and last weekend there were 48 cars on Handy Drive, and then there were another 5 that came down to the Bull Pasture Gate, and then we actually had 3 that were parked at 100 Angus Lane. So that's quite an increase this year, and that doesn't include all the people now that are biking up off of the trail along Highway 133 that are coming onto Prince Creek. Dale is correct, right at McIntyre's barn. That is a really bad corner right there. We have had in the last 3 years probably 6 cars that have slid off into the ditch. It's a major thing to shut that amount of water off. We have to shut the water all the way off, which eliminates water usage for all the agricultural operations. I think there's about 8 different users there. Usually it takes us 24 hours, and then we've got to pull the car out. And fortunately, there's been nobody killed there. But eventually, something's going to happen on that corner. So hopefully, this will eliminate that problem. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Rob, and then
Dale, if you could elaborate a little bit on the project of constructing the trail, time frame, cost, what type of trail we're talking about, management plan for the trail in the future, and what we're, because this is the first step of a project to follow, so.
Right. First of all, we wouldn't undertake any improvements until we've completed a planning process consistent with our practice. And a good recent example is the Elk Park plan. In fact, we've got a meeting tonight for the detailed design of Elk Park. But the Open Space Department has developed a a pretty good faculty with these public scoping processes, although we have folks that live in Prince Creek subdivision who are chomping at the bit for some relief to the current situation. We would be going through the public scoping and planning and then following that up with land use approvals that we might need. The proposed trail is a soft surface trail, not a hard trail, and that's consistent with the usage that we see in the area. In my observations up there, we have both mountain bikers as well as a lot of neighbors that just like to go for a walk. And given that combination of users, we believe a soft surface trail will serve the needs that we have there. I think that one of the very first things anyone might see on the ground is we've got some fencing that needs to be scooted around, and I'm talking to Mark about that since he's got to time those fencing changes with what's going on the ranch. Otherwise, some of that might occur sooner than later. But formal construction by the county would go through those steps I discussed.
So just to follow up, there are two other parts to that question.
Okay.
Time frame in terms of what we project in terms of the construction and work that needs to be done, and cost of the trail and maintenance cost long term.
Okay.
How much does
those are great. Yeah, those are great questions. We have an adopted work plan for our trail recreation design folks as well as our maintenance construction folks, and frankly, since this acquisition hasn't happened yet, it's not in our plan. Once the acquisition were complete, I would want to bring back our plan of work with all the myriad projects we have for discussion by the Open Space Board as well as by you. So I can't commit to a start date on this without thinking about how it affects our other work. And as far as the cost goes, I don't have numbers for that, and those would be subject to design, but my initial observation is that there are trails, as I described, on this Haynes parcel that appeared as the result simply of usage, and the type of trails that we're talking about here would be similar, I believe, to what's there. We would have the need to install a bridge in this location here, and I think another one down here, so those would be fairly basic, but I can certainly come back to you with refined numbers on what those costs would look like.
Answer your question, Bob?
Well, I'm going to suggest that this is first reading. We have a second reading on this set for June 27th. I'm of the belief that when we make a purchase with the projection that we're going to expend additional dollars out of it, that we have to vet some of that reasonably to know that we're capable within our budgets to do the main function that we're going to purchase this piece of property for. A bridge is an expensive endeavor. I'm not sure what type of bridge we're talking about there. Trail construction, maintenance, and I'd also say, what is our management plan for it? Or just, we don't have to vet these fully, but we should vet them to some level. Do we have a ranger that can go up there once a week? Or is that a FTE that we're going to have to add to the open space and trails budget for years going forward as we increase our recreational amenities to the county? And I love the recreational amenities to the county. I just want to make sure that we can sustain them long term.
Those are excellent points. I agree, and I can have an estimate based on some assumptions about the design at the next meeting.
Other board members? Jack?
Thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate the cooperative effort between our Iowa Ranch, Open Space and Trails, that's a positive. And then I go to my next comment. I'm not exactly in the same camp as Rob, meaning, well, for this trail, you know, we should do some preliminaries. I mean, I think that's a good suggestion for all trails as we move forward, because as time goes on, we're building more trails, and the maintenance is going to be considerably more over time, because these are lifetime, you know, investments. But Dale, would you help me with the goal? I can understand we have walkers, we have bikers, we have illegal, as I call them, illegal parkers, all over the place. Certainly all of us, I think, have been up there and know that. But what is the goal of this? If in fact, because you've mentioned it several times in your memo, the Wexner-Sooty Land Exchange became a reality, it appears the Haynes parcel is an ideal place to concentrate that parking and all of that use. Will this trail still be used? Will people bike, for example, Carbondale all the way up to the Crown and go? Is that the intent? Because, you know, I don't know. When you're going to go do the Crown, do you want to kind of get right at the base?
Right.
These are things you would be more familiar with.
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, I'll give my answer, and you can give yours. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Jack, that's a really good observation. If you look at the Haynes property, there's very little of that property that could be used for parking. As you go out of our property right onto the Haynes property, there's a bench, and it's heavily thicketed with oak, and then the trail starts right away. But then our ditch easement is right at the base of that. So our ditch sits up on the other platform, and the majority of that property sits up on the mesa on the north side of our ditch. And so that really is non-accessible for public parking. So the public would have a hard time parking too many cars there. You might get maybe 15 up there if you cleared away the brush and did some cat work. But it's going to be very difficult to do much parking on that piece of property without doing a lot of reclamation and clear back of brush. So.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that heads up.
Yeah, and your questions are great, and the Open Space Board spent a fair amount of time analyzing those same issues. The summary is that, first, we believe that this reach of Prince Creek Road is kind of a choke point. Below this, the road straightens out quite a bit, and the sight lines are pretty good all the way down to Highway 133. Above it, the use really changes significantly. The pavement ends. You don't have but a couple of driveways above this point, and consequently, it's a more viable route where recreational uses might remain on the county road than, non-motorized recreation, than is the case down through here. We had Michael Manchester at our Open Space Board hearing on this, and he echoed the point that through this whole reach, there are very few places where you can see more than 100 feet or so because of the curvatures, the brush, and also because of the primarily east-west aspect here. You're often either driving into the sun or, well, into the morning sun or the evening sun. So we think that by having a grade-separated trail opportunity through this reach, that we're going to see significant use by the public that will tie to this, but isn't really dependent on it to make it useful. I am hoping that as this becomes safer to come up this way on a bike or on foot, that we can discourage some folks that are currently driving up here from doing so and encourage them to get on their bike in Carbondale or wherever they might start their ride. I'm aware of several individuals who actually love to start Carbondale right up here and over the top of the Crown and back down near Rock Bottom Ranch and back across on the Rio Grande Trail, and I'll bet you there's 20 people a day that are doing that particular route. But those folks would be able to come up through here and enjoy this trail also because of the scenery and the specific character of the land it goes through. Mark and I and Gary Tenenbaum walked it about 10 days ago, and I was reminded all over again just how beautiful it is in there. So on a hot day, people find lots of shade along that route. So I think it'll be a valuable linkage regardless of how this evolves. The reason that the Open Space Board is recommending to you we reserve the ability to do something else with this is if it turns out that something else occurs and it fully addresses the need for a trailhead up here, we're not permanently locked into this, and we can see how that evolves. Perhaps Mark is correct. I would say that it would be usable as a trailhead in close to its current condition without a lot of disturbance of vegetation. And we've had a long-standing fun conversation about the bulls in the river and not having them there in the future. So, but courtesy of the bulls, there's not a lot of vegetation that's in this little paddock currently.
One more than would you have any idea, as this evolves in the planning process, and this is just a stab in the dark, I would understand, maybe how many cars we might accommodate at bullpen? Because hearing 45 cars is nauseating.
Yeah,
on that
the
road.
bullpen could accommodate probably around 60. It's a large parcel with quite a bit of flat.
Maybe we should plant more trees, but anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you, but there is plenty of parking there.
Yeah, great.
I might also add in that the last 2 years we've seen some winter use on Prince Creek Road because we do have a small group now of Nordic cross-country skiers that drive up to Handy Drive, and they will ski up Prince Creek Road. And primarily they ski up there because the Nordic Council track does not allow any dogs. And so Prince Creek is not subject to that, so we have seen an increased use with those skiers and their dogs, and then also snowshoers. And
Thank you for the feedback, Will.
George? Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I think this trail would be a great asset, not only for the bicyclists, but just for the people who like to walk, because that road is narrow, and with car traffic and bicyclists, it's good to have a great separation there. And since I won't be here on the 27th, I just want to give my support now. One of the challenges, which will go beyond the scope of open space and trails, is if we're able to purchase this and utilize the bullpen for parking, then we have a situation where we will have to have signages and enforcement to discourage people from parking illegally, which frankly they are doing now on a county road and in a private subdivision. So that's an enforcement issue that we'll have to address as a board and with the Sheriff's Department, how best to do that. And then similar to our success on a Crystal bike trail, I see this as a great amenity, certainly for all the residents, but especially for those in Carbondale, in Garfield County. And we had a great partnership with Garfield County and the town of Carbondale to help participate in putting that Crystal bike trail together. And I wonder whether Open Space has approached Carbondale or Garfield County to see whether they would help a partner and participate in this endeavor.
The work we've done to date is to analyze the Prince Creek Road right-of-way in Garfield County on down to the intersection with 133. We believe that road right-of-way is narrower than it is in Pitkin County and currently doesn't allow for much expansion of use. I have a preliminary contacts with the owners of some of those parcels that are adjacent to the road on down the way, and they've allowed that in their long-range thinking that a trail might factor in some of the different ideas they have for that land. So given that constraint, we haven't explored a trail partnership. As you know, Garfield County currently is without a dedicated fund for that type of thing, although there is a citizens group promoting what they call the Garfield Legacy Project that would make funding specifically available. And I haven't approached the Carbondale Bike Ped Committee or the Town Council on this. They do have an adopted master plan, and as far as I know, all of their funds have been allocated out for a couple of years in that plan. I can certainly initiate a conversation, and I'm hoping that this can be a catalyst to stimulate a connection on into on down to 133.
Rachel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here today, too. The only question I really have, Dale and Mark, are there any transfer of water rights associated with the bullpen property? If it needs to be resold, not having water could be a real detriment to that. And literally, even if we're landscaping it better to make the parking lot look attractive, we're going to need some water too.
As I mentioned, we will acquire a domestic well, so the exempt well permit that is available to the parcel will become owned by the county. I don't believe there are any appurtenant water rights for water in Prince Creek. In fact, in my experience, Prince Creek is very intermittent in reaching this far down.
Yeah. You know, again, I just, looking at your other slides, there seems to be surrounded by a lot of irrigated acreage, and it just seems that perhaps a small amount of water to accompany this contract might be appropriate to making sure that it's valuable. Again, a domestic well right is very different for someone than thinking that they can plant a few columbines and bushes around their house outside. A domestic right will not allow you to do any of that. So I think that that's a small detail we should continue to work out on that price.
Rachel, we intend to be an agricultural operation for a long period of time. And as you know, especially on a year like this year, every drop of water is extremely important to us. So we're very efficient on the ranch right now, and every bit of water is utilized for agricultural production. That parcel, on good years, we can run a pipe under the road. We used to sprinkle the whole thing intermittently. But we had a long discussion amongst ourselves whether or not it really would be beneficial to allow some water to go with that parcel, and it really does jeopardize our agricultural operation. So we made the decision to let the domestic well go with the property. And if we had retained that 4 acres and had sold a building site on there, there would have never been any water transferred with that. They would have had the domestic well, and that would have been all. And so our discussion with Dale probably would end, because to keep our agricultural operation going, we have to have the water.
You know, I can understand that, but I also have to weigh that against the $750,000 price tag. And, you know, perhaps there could be an agreement for getting the landscaping established or something like that. And I'd like to see more work put into that.
If it is just to establish landscaping, we probably could work something out, you know, in there. Like I say, we do have, and we are, right now, our water source is the primary fire protection for Prince Creek subdivision, because as you know, they have no external water use out there. So our pond, which is located on the main ranch, would provide the fire trucks a place to fuel up with water, and actually they have used that in the past, and we anticipate that use to happen this year, unfortunately. So we've already given them access to that. So there's a lot that water has to do for such a large area there, but we could work something out for establishment of your landscape. That probably would be no problem.
Thank you.
Dale, let me ask you a question. You said that the open space and George Board did not ask for an appraisal on the trail, and I guess it's the acquisition of the land that the trail is going to be on. But the asking price is $750,000 for that trail easement. that seems problematical to me going forward in terms of acquisition of future trails. If people will look at this as essentially an appraisal, in fact, of trail easements, and if you're only acquiring a mile in length of trail for $750,000, that presents some difficulty for any further acquisitions of trails just from a monetary point of view, no matter what the breadth of this particular trail is. So how does the open space and trails pose to deal with that?
It's a great question, and I guess I'd start by allowing that, unlike some entities such as GOCO, Pitkin County has never had an appraisal requirement on its open space purchasing generally. And a notable example was Smuggler Mountain, which was purchased for a negotiated price that was not tied to an appraisal. And I think that for a mile of a grade-separated trail in a nice setting, whether we were looking at any of the tributary canyons or drainages in Pitkin County, we would be attracted to something with similar terms. So I suppose it's a judgment call. It's both the benefit and the curse of having this fund and having the authority to negotiate these purchases. It comes down to kind of a gut feeling about it. I sometimes analogize it to someone that might be a curator for an art gallery, and if they're told, we want you to go out and get us a Picasso, if you were working strictly off of appraisals, it might not be able to succeed. But I believe similarly a community, with your ratification, whether it's here or somewhere else, ought to have the free will to decide what it's willing to pay for something based on what it's worth to that community for public purposes. And it's simply very difficult to translate those values into standard appraisal practices, which are tied to an evaluation of comparable sales. And for something like this, the availability of comparable sales data with any meaningful, statistical value it's hard to come by. So that might not be an adequate answer, but that's the best answer I have, and it's.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your answer, but as you said, there's no adequate information. Then, with the purchase of this trail, this becomes adequate information for other parties to value their trail easements. And I'm just concerned that $750,000 per mile worth of trail begins a prohibitive slide into not being able to acquire further trails, because people are going to say, this is our comparable value. We have as many oak trees, we have as many cottonwood galleries, we have as many amenities as this trail does, and we expect a similar price. And so that's not a good direction for us to head, quite frankly. And people typically have a limited ability to acquire Picassos. And so if they have one Picasso, they're oftentimes perfectly happy with just one. I think the Open Space and Trails wants to have a string of Picassos, and I'm not sure that $750,000 per mile gets us there. So, yes, Jack.
Michael does raise a question. It's obvious that this organization, both staff and the commissioners, have always tried to stretch dollars, bang for the buck, all that fiscally responsible stuff, which is hugely important. Have we ever done an analysis on, in different sections of the county, because property, of course, has different values in different sections, of, like a unit cost analysis of what a mile of trail would be, and okay, so we know how to divide if it's less or multiply if it's more. Do we have any kind of background information?
I've done some appraisal work that has results similar to what you're describing. It tends to be site-specific, but we've used that type of analysis to try to extract what the per-acre value of land would be. This corridor is about 10 acres, and we could endeavor to do something like that here. I mean, there are individuals who are happy to provide those sorts of consulting services. In my experience, there's an awful lot of speculation in the final result, even when you hire an appraiser to look at something like this. So that doesn't mean it can't be done.
Yeah, I would follow up on that. I think it has to be done, Dale, just so Open Space and Trails going forward can say, these are the values that we analyze that this piece of property contains. Your piece of property is different or whatever, because on just a per foot basis, this is $120 a foot for this trail. That's a lot of dough. I'm just concerned. Yes.
So, Michael or Jack, are you suggesting that we should have a contingency in this part of the contract as well, based on at least a look by an appraiser and go from there?
What Dale has explained to me is that appraisers aren't particularly good at this, and so I think that the burden falls to Open Space and Trails going forward, that they become their evaluative agent for what trails are worth, and have a criteria for that worth, and they need to start with this mile of trail and justify this price and be able to go forward, because we have projects possible up the Crystal River, up numerous other valleys, and at this price, we would be stymied, I think, going forward on the trail acquisition. So I can't answer that. I will answer you that I will support this, but in effect, what I'm asking Open Space and Trails to do is do more work on their appraisal abilities themselves, so they can be hard bargainers going forward and justify this price. Yes, Jack?
So can I just follow up? I just wonder if, as you said, Dale, if you equate this to an acreage, it's about 10 acres, if a private owner wanted to take advantage of this strip of land for whatever reason, and or use a lot alignment, if they were to swap lands or change their boundaries, there may be a way for an appraiser to look at the value of that, looking at the entire parcel of property, and then with a lot alignment, subtracting that from the total amount, they may be able to come up with a rough ballpark figure, at least a range, that may help not only in this negotiation, but as Michael suggests, in future negotiations.
Jack?
Did you respond to that, or I don't want to...
Well, I think once the conversation's sort of complete, I want to make sure I understand the direction.
Okay, yeah. That'd be much constructive. You guys have course. What I'd like to suggest is two things. One, that we move this forward on first reading, and then hand the ball off back to staff and the board, the Open Space Board, to do some calculating. I'm not sure the term appraisal works with what we've heard. You know, I mean, that's a formal process, and do some calculating, like with some of our past purchases. And, you know, we understand things both location and in the context of time. You know, what was 2001 is quite different now. Well, maybe we can do some calculations so we can begin to understand maybe what these really tough appraisal trail items are, or what ballpark they're worth. I mean, because again, everything, I understand quite well the difference between a formal appraisal, appraisal opinion, and then even what we're trying to get to here with the challenge that you identified. So, Board, I am suggesting that we go ahead and, if there's support around the table, move this forward, but request further calculation study by Dale to bring us next meeting.
Is that okay with the board? Okay. So are there any further questions for Dale? Is there a motion? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I appreciate Jack's suggestion. I think it's the correct way to move forward now. I just wanted to weigh in myself on what I believe to be the real difficulty of this sort of thing is that, you know, I took a hike with my niece yesterday evening, and it was in the city, of course, and so you see, you know, how it really impacts the privacy at times of neighbors to have invited so many people along their property instead of saying, hey, stay up on the road. And, you know, what is the potential diminishment of value of your remaining holdings because of the public access or because of what at times, you know, with rangers out there as often as we can have or whatever, you're still going to have a little bit of a nuisance factor when people don't pay attention to dogs on leashes or they discard trash or things like that. And it only takes a few bad apples to kind of spoil the whole basket. But I don't know how an appraiser really can take into account both the public benefit of additional trail use. Is it X amount increase in tourism? Is it X amount increase in the property values of everyone within 5 square mile radius? You know, so maybe we could just start to list the intangibles as well as the discussion of value so that we can all get a good handle on that. Thank you.
So I'll be ready. I'd like to make a motion. Sure. I'll make a motion to approve on first reading the ordinance authorizing the Prince Creek Trail property acquisition with some of these comments to follow up with, coming up with maybe an idea of a model for evaluation of.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mark to stay with us until we get to the Jerome Park item, too.
The next item is a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for the funding of erosion control and slope stabilization at mile marker 59 through 61 along State Highway 82 at Independence Pass. Melissa Server is here, and also we have a guest, Mark Fuller, who is the director of the Independence Pass Foundation.
Correct.
Thank you for being here. Melissa, are you going to introduce the subject for us?
Yeah. Like you said, it's an intergovernmental agreement between Pickens County and CDOT on behalf of the Independence Pass Foundation. We'll be doing a compost blanket and erosion control on the west side of the pass, just on this side. The state requires that the funding for the grant be allocated through a local agency such as Pickens County. And so Mark Fuller with the Independence Pass will be managing the contract, and Pickens County staff will be managing the grant.
Great. Any questions, or Mark, do you want to further elucidate?
This project is a duplicate, in effect, of similar projects that we've been doing on the west side of the summit since 2004. This will be our maybe 6th erosion controlled compost blanket project, and it's at least the third one that we've done with ICE-T funding support. So this is a kind of a tradition between the foundation and the county, and we've managed our previous projects without any issues or problems, so I'm expecting this one will go equally smoothly.
Any questions for staff or Mark? Yes? Jack?
Yeah, we, I'm sure, not only the board, but the community certainly appreciates everything you all do, not only for erosion control, bank stabilization, environmental reasons, but safety too. I mean, after the 40 years I've been here, that section of the road has really, really improved. I'm not sure exactly, and I didn't see a map, I looked pretty thoroughly, mile marker 59 and 61, so exactly what section, if you could give us a verbal description?
It's what we refer to as the top cut, basically the area where we're going to be working this year. If you picture going west from the summit in the direction of Aspen, and you make the right-hand turn to go down the long road cut just below the summit, it's at the very top of that section on the left-hand side below the road.
Yeah. Good, because I know we've done sections.
Right, and we expect this will be the last one. This is kind of the last area that we haven't treated. So except for kind of follow-up, touch-up work, this will probably be our final compost blanket project in that area.
Thank you.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Thank you for being here. I understand you are to be named the River Conservator of the Year this year by the Roaring Fork Conservancy.
I have that honor, yes.
Thank you.
Following in your footsteps.
And many others. But thank you for being here and all your work in the Valley. What type of success ratio or success do you feel you've had with the compost blankets?
They've been very successful. We have had very good germination. What we do is, when we put down the compost blanket, the last layer of compost is impregnated with native grass seed. So the grass seed stays close to the surface and, as a result, germinates pretty enthusiastically. It's not easy to see, particularly in a year like this one where it's so dry and we don't get a lot of germination. But what I would invite you to do is the next time you're there toward the top of the pass, pull out in one of the turnouts along that top stretch of road and just look over the edge. And there's lots and lots of grass coming up there. And what we do then is follow that up with handwork, where we come in and put in native tree seedlings and native shrubs, native wildflowers, to reestablish a native ecosystem. And since we started doing the compost blanketing, our first one was in 2004, we've really seen a transformation of that whole area from what was just naked rock to a fairly functional, self-sustaining ecosystem.
Yes. Well, and thank you for following in the work of Bob Lewis for all of that. The one, I guess, broader comment I'd like to make is that, perhaps your board can discuss the possibilities of sending a letter to our federal delegation regarding the reauthorization of ICE-T. It's my understanding that the federal transportation bill is stalling yet again. We're working on close to our 9th temporary order or continuing resolution as opposed to a full 6-year authorization. And my understanding is both proposals, Senate and House, would pretty radically cut back the amount of funding available for transportation. The House bill in particular totally eliminates the scenic byway program, and many want to eliminate any sort of program that isn't strictly highways, so that the rehabilitation work of the damage caused by our highways would be left to local communities to fund. And so any assistance that your board can acknowledge the value and benefit that these programs have for actually maintaining the safety of the roads, as Jack alluded to, would be helpful.
We have sent such a letter, and so I'm sure we'd be
Continue with that?
Yeah, in favor of continuing to provide that support.
I mean, we may see something reauthorized, but it's looking very lean that it may happen before this November. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Bob.
Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm totally in favor of this. I think the work has been very productive up there. I've noticed the changes over the last 13 years that I've been here, and I think you do a great amount of work as the Independence Pass Foundation, and hopefully next year we'll have a bike race going up.
Hopefully, yeah.
But at least the donations are still coming in with the
Yeah.
bike race, and it creates awareness. I did have just one logistical question, and it may just be for John Ely, but the resolution that's included in our packet, I don't know if John's half listening there, but the resolution that's included in our packet,
I'm sorry.
that's all right. Just a logistical question here. I'm pretty clear, given the memo and all the following information, but the resolution that's included in our packet has a bunch of radicals and then says, now here, therefore, let it be resolved, fill in the text. Well, I'm sorry, recitals. I don't know why I said
Radical
that.
recitals.
But there's basically a blank at the now let it be resolved. So I don't know. I mean, I know we're entering into an IGA with CDOT and whatnot to get this work done, but nothing in our resolution is filled in on this.
What was the intent there? It says fill in text here.
On page 1 of the reso.
On page 1 of the reso.
That is somewhat different.
Yeah. So I mean, we're approving a resolution, but there's no language as to what the resolution is. So
The intent would be just to approve this resolution and sign the IGA, which I can add that text for second reading.
I think the only thing that should be included in there, correct me if I'm wrong, is simply that the Board of County Commissioners, that the chair or one of the chair's designee is authorized to execute all documents associated with this IGA that have been approved by staff.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then that would be, I think, that should be the understanding of the board going forward voting on this. We don't have the reference to blank text, but that's what will be inserted in there.
For second reading.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. So the difficulty of looking over the edge of Independence Pass is that I might not ever drive it again. I'm always happy to be ignorant when I'm driving up there, but you have done a terrific job. The Independence Pass Foundation took on, it seems to me, a scope of a job that not many people would have taken on. And as Rob referenced, have made major improvements and a major sort of mind change on the part of CDOT in the maintenance of their roads that we should all be very proud of. And as Rachel referenced, Bob Lewis had the vision to do that, and that your foundation has lived out essentially Bob's vision, and it's deeply appreciated.
Thank you.
So is there a motion in favor of the reference resolution that John Healy recited? Yes, Jack?
I'd like to move to approve a resolution of the BOCC of Pickens County, Colorado, to enter in intergovernmental agreement with CDOT for the funding of erosion control and slope stabilization between mile marker 59 and 61 along State Highway 82 at Independence Pass - erosion control and bank stabilization project as articulated in our memo here, with the direction, of course, to staff to clean up that area.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and whole organization.
The next item of business on the consent actions, first reading set for public hearing on June 27th, is a resolution establishing the Pickens County medical marijuana licensing regulations. John Ely is going to present.
Good afternoon. This item was discussed by the board at a work session 2 weeks ago and scheduled for a review on first reading and ultimate adoption 2 weeks from now. The board discussed a proposed set of regulations that would allow the county to go forward and issue licenses for the conduct of medical marijuana businesses, particularly the manufacture of infused products, the dispensing of the products and marijuana itself, as well as growing marijuana. The issues that the board discussed are highlighted in the AIS, the agenda item summary, and are of course loaded on the county's website for perusal by the public. Particular note, there was some discussion by the BOCC regarding insurance. And particularly questions from the board as to whether or not businesses engaged in this type of activity could obtain insurance, general liability insurance, or what other insurance might be generally accepted or required in the business and normally accepted by insurance carriers, insurance companies, and whether or not such insurance should be required. The response to that inquiry is in the affirmative, in the fact that insurance companies are writing insurance for businesses engaged in medical marijuana manufacturing, growing, and dispensing. However, our particular insurance carrier analogized the activity as being similar to a pharmaceutical business, in that the county does not require any sort of insurance coverage for those types of businesses to conduct that activity. The recommendation from our insurance company is that a requirement in our licensing procedure for medical marijuana businesses to obtain insurance and demonstrate it was not seen as necessary. The other discussion that the board had is in regard to locations within the county that would be available for these three principal types of activities. Go ahead. Lisa has a download for display of the county's zoning map, and Lance Clark is here to discuss the relevancy of the county zone designations as in regard to the various types of activities that are contemplated within this regulation. So, Lance, would you like to refer to that? Oh, here.
Got it. This is prior to the caucus. This is, I'm Lance Clark, Planning Director. When the medical marijuana legislation first came down in 2010 from the Colorado legislature, all medical marijuana businesses were required by July 1st to make an application to the local governmental jurisdiction prior to July 1st, 2010. We had no medical marijuana regulations in place at that time and no zoning for medical marijuana whatsoever. So you'll remember we had some discussions with the Board of County Commissioners about how to deal with medical marijuana businesses in the interim until we did have some regulations in place. So we made some basic assumptions, tried to make the medical marijuana businesses fall within the scope of our land use code. So we determined that medical marijuana dispensaries would be wherever a personal service use would be allowed. Personal service uses include drugstores and liquor stores. So we made the analogy that medical marijuana dispensaries would fit in somewhat with that kind of use. So we determined that medical marijuana dispensaries would be appropriate anywhere in the county that we allowed drugstores, liquor stores. And there were only 3 zone districts. In Redstone, the VC, the Village Commercial Zone District. And I also have these, which may be a little clearer for some of you to look at. I'm not sure about it. I may not. That's the same map. So, dispensaries allowed in the VC, Village Commercial, the Airport Business Center, Zone B2, the Aspen Village Commercial Parcel, the Aspen Quick Mart that was just rezoned to B1, the Woody Creek Tavern and Store, which is B1, the Snowmass Conoco, which was B2, and the Meredith Store and the Sunnyvale Tavern site in Thomasville. Those were the areas zoned VC, B1, B2, so we said, okay, that would be appropriate for dispensaries. Then as far as grow sites, we made the determination that anywhere that unlisted, unspecified agricultural uses were allowed would be appropriate for grow sites. So essentially that's everything in the county that's zoned AR10, RS20, RS30, RS35, RS160, all of our general agricultural zone districts. And that's what shows up in the green. The brown, this color is all federal lands. We've taken them off the table. We don't think the federal government is going to permit this activity since it violates federal law. So we think it's probably not going to happen in there. So we're only dealing with private properties in Pitkin County. And of course, we're excluding Snowmass Village, excluding the city of Aspen. So everything else that is green, the Castle Creek, up Highway 82, there's some areas, Castle Creek, Maroon Creek, all of the Snowmass area, Emma, 133, some of the areas up in the Frying Pan. So those would be the areas that we determined would be appropriate for grow sites. And for infused products, where the marijuana is made into other products, tinctures, brownies, whatever, we determined that that was only appropriate in the B2 zone district. So then the board asked community development staff to go out to the caucuses to try to get input from all of the caucuses about how they felt where these businesses appropriate should be located. And that did change somewhat. And what this map here represents is the desired input from the caucuses. The Frying Pan Caucus said we would prefer that no businesses of any kind be allowed in the Frying Pan Caucus, that be taken off the table. The Snowmass Capital Caucus, which is here, said we would prefer that there be no grow sites allowed in the Snowmass Capital Caucus area. Woody Creek had no specific recommendations, and Emma was fairly conflicted and really didn't come to any consensus. And the Crystal Caucus and the Redstone Community Association said, absolutely, we do not want dispensaries in the VC zone district. So that was the input that came from the caucuses. And staff had started to prepare a draft change to the zoning regulations that we were bringing to you last year at this time when the county attorney recommended that we pull back and that we not do that. And now we're back to a year later and considering these issues.
Yes, George, and then Rachel.
Plans on the zoning for the dispensaries. What's the status of Holland Hills?
Yeah, you may remember we came to the board and talked about that. There is a dispensary at the Holland Hills Business Center on Highway 82, which is the existing legal, non-conforming building that has Gallegos in the bottom and has had all kinds of different businesses in it through the years. We went through the history of the different businesses that had been in that building, legal non-conforming businesses, and tried to make a determination as to whether, when someone requested a dispensary for that location, whether or not that fit within the types of businesses that had been there. And over the years, there had been some quasi-retail businesses, but there had also been wellness centers where various people were doing health-related things. There was a chiropractor there, and there were some other wellness activities. So we made a zoning interpretation that a dispensary, if it were to include other wellness-type activities and were not just a straight retail sales operation, that it would be appropriate there, and that's why that is there.
So that should be included in those, for the record, in terms of areas that would be allowable, just to clarify?
It could be, yes. It's not zoned B2, where our recommendation now is that dispensaries only be in the B2, but that would be an anomaly if you felt that that was appropriate.
The second question is, can you point out or identify areas in the county that currently have grow sites?
Generally, I can. July 1st, as I said, July 1st, 2010, there were 6 people who came forward and said, I want to do a grow site at this location. Since then, I've had no contact, and we've had no contact, so we don't know who has moved, where they are, who's still in business, who isn't. But the ones that I'm fairly sure of still existing, there are 2 in the Crystal. There is one right adjacent to W/J. There is one in the Holland Hills Business Center. There is one in on North River Road, down in there. And there's one in Brush Creek.
So if we go forward with this new ordinance and allows individuals to apply to the state for licensing, then we would have a better ability to keep track of where sites are being grown or if they're being moved around the county.
Yes, any site, any business would require a Pitkin County license, which would require disclosing location and type of business.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Rachel?
2 questions. First, Lance, I want to make sure I kind of understood what you said correctly. But using the MAP 2 recommendations of the meetings that came out with the caucuses, that will not require changes to our land use code, and those will be detailed more in the ordinance about medical marijuana, or will it require changes to the land use code as well?
John's recommendation that this not be a part of the land use code, that any restrictions go into this licensing ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I want to be clear on that. And then, do these recommendations make any current sites, to your knowledge, non-conforming?
I do not believe so.
Thank you.
Yes, Rob.
In reading this, there's a lot of information about caucuses coming forward with recommendations for their areas, and I understand, that process a little bit about, getting recommendations from these caucuses. My question to the board is, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm not posing one way or the other. My question to the board is this the proper public process in terms of restricting or allowing something to happen within a geographical area of our county, in the sense that, attendance to caucuses might change. I'm not sure what the public notice information requirements are for caucuses. I'm not sure that it allows the format for everybody to weigh in properly in a systematic way, and I'm just curious what the board's thoughts are in terms of taking the recommendations of the caucus, moving forward in an ordinance of this type.
George, you have a response?
You know, we're a little unique as a home rule charter county where we actually allow caucuses to not only provide input, but basically they develop master plans for their neighborhoods. And our community development department then follows those master plans developed by those caucus areas. And the caucuses are set up specifically to look at land use issues within their neighborhoods. And just like we see many recommendations from caucuses on land use applications for homes, this is similar. Now, it is just a recommendation, and then we have the ultimate decision, but we've granted through our charter the ability for neighborhoods to watch over their neighborhoods as they please. And caucuses, memberships, participation comes and goes, but there's always public notices within those neighborhoods. And most, if not all, caucuses will send out notices for what's going to be on the coming agenda. Everyone has the ability to participate. But it lends itself to another issue that we can come back to, and that is the issue of public hearings for any dispensaries or grow sites. And we had that discussion last time, and it seemed like there was a consensus that public hearings were not necessary, but I would disagree, just for that example that you bring up. And also, you know, just looking at our agenda today, where we had a consent public hearing for 2 special event liquor licenses, which are just one-day event deal. And here we've allowed and actually asked for public hearings so neighborhoods and neighbors can comment if they feel there's going to be a negative impact. But in the case of a grow site or dispensary, which has much more implications to neighbors and neighborhoods, we're saying we don't need a public hearing. I think that's a mistake.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I haven't been a commissioner since early 2001. I was here when we master planned all the caucus areas and then did a countywide master plan as required by the state legislature. Certainly we, as commissioners, were involved throughout that whole process, either going to caucuses and that element or the larger review and approval after the P&Zs got done. I think it's important to note that we as a county, as a policy, and as commissioners have respected recommendations, meet the recommending process of the caucuses, but the final say is always here. There's no question about that. And I have to say that as far as what Rob has brought up, he raises a question that almost existentially you could start questioning, well, really, who do the caucuses speak for? These 40 people that showed up, or these 12 people today, or are they the voice of the caucus? I think we've always looked at them as the voice of caucus and, you know, an evolving thing. George, as far as your, and I absolutely disagree about the public hearings, I think there's quite a difference between a special event liquor permit for a one-day event, which could have a huge number of cars and traffic on a road, and it's a pretty much a neighborhood awareness thing and all of that, versus what I would infer and I have to say I'm not an expert, I haven't hung out at any dispensaries or anything, but infer there's more of an incremental, use. People are going in and out periodically. So I don't see huge impacts. It's my intention, if I had my way and met my goals today, is that with the presentation that Lance gave us, stating, and Rachel's question was very important about conformity and nonconformities, we are not creating any nonconformities. What I'd like to do is move this along, have this approved, have a licensing authority consistent with state law relative to medical marijuana, and in fact, kind of take the status quo. I understand both from what Lance said and having followed the process now for a couple of years, that we really don't have any questions, requests for growth in this, and I don't mean that as a pun. I mean literally more dispensaries, more grow sites, and honestly I know nothing about infused products. But 2 years in the making, as it were, this has been going on, and I haven't heard of any problems, either in municipalities or in the unincorporated portion of our county. I believe the values associated and the viewpoints associated with medical marijuana are consistent and long-term in this county. When the statewide vote occurred, we were overwhelmingly in support of medical marijuana, and we ought to do our job, create licensing, and move forward and not make a controversy that doesn't exist.
So, Rob, I'll also address the caucus issue. These are recommendations, and it's really up to us to accept or to modify or to ignore those recommendations. And that's just the nature of caucuses. They're just citizen. It's a citizen structure, and it has all the imperfections of volunteer citizens participating in their neighborhood. So, is it a board like ours? It's not. But there are people who are aware of their specifics in their locality, and that's valuable because we can't, as a board, be as aware as they are. And so you deal with those recommendations as best you can, and particularly when they're reasonable, either on terms of house size or in this case, dispensaries or grow sites. Those are reasonable requests, and it seems to me you can accept those or not, just as a commissioner. In terms of what George brought up, if you really want citizen feedback, you have a hearing here in front of the Board of County Commissioners. And I think delegating to the county manager to be the licensing agent is a mistake, and I thought that from the very beginning. There's a lot of tensions in just hold on, Jack.
Well, I didn't hear what you said about the manager. I apologize.
I thought it was a mistake to delegate those licensing procedures to the county manager. I think that we should be the licensing board, and that neighborhoods can come to us and say, our experience is that we don't want a grow site, we don't want a dispensary, and we feel it would be a detriment to our health and safety or our property values. And how is the county manager going to deal with those questions? He can't. He can just, essentially, I'm not sure that he actually turned down any application. I don't know what the grounds for turning it down are, unless they misfill out their form. Right? He's not going to, I just don't know. I just don't think it's an adequate feedback system. The caucuses were a feedback system. We're a feedback system. The county manager is not a feedback system. It's just not an adequate channel for public input. And in terms of known problems with grow sites, I mean, there was just a community gathering at W/J to question who had jurisdiction over the grow site of W/J. And it's a difficult question for them. And it was, I'm not sure it was adequately answered, but it certainly didn't come before us, and it should come before us. In terms of problems with grow sites, Jack, we haven't had problems with grow sites, but other areas have. And
Counties?
if you read any news from California, when there's an open grow site, you have serious problems of violence, theft, and security, neighborhood security. So it's not anecdotal. It's for real. All you have to do is look it up. Whether it will occur in Pickens County, I don't know, but I would hate for that to occur here. And so I just don't think that the system we're contemplating here is effective. Certainly not the licensing. And I would say if you're not happy with caucus input, don't go to the county manager. Come to us. That's all I'm suggesting. Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Rob. It brings up good debate, good discussion. I think that the requests that have been made by the caucus groups that have come to us are reasonable. I don't think it will unduly inhibit the opportunities or availability for citizens who need to acquire medical marijuana to do so. I think it is appropriate, as we've said before on other issues, that we don't want to export our problems or be in a situation where we're importing everything from other communities because we don't make any allowance for such needs to be fulfilled within our own community. Medical marijuana is a legal activity under the state of Colorado law, as voted on into the Constitution by the public. The state has spent tremendous resources putting in an Office of Regulation and Enforcement for this activity. We are one of the last counties, I think, in the state to weigh in one way or the other, just hitting under that July deadline, as it were. I think some of the fears about medical marijuana can be a bit of a tempest in a teapot. I think Colorado is much further along in effective management and regulation than California is. They actually, we're a little bit of a model for the country. And that, we have had some hearings with enforcement agents to talk about the security required on site, to talk about the live video camera feeds on site, and the way in which this is being regulated. And so I believe we should continue with the resolution as it's presented at this time, as perhaps necessary or deemed appropriate by the board, modify it on second reading, depending on the public feedback which we do receive. But that I continue to think it's important not to politicize or create opportunities for demonization. We don't really have that sort of public hearing and review on a whole series of other businesses that can be potentially detrimental or of concern to neighbors. And sometimes those concerns are just, of the unknown. And I think that this is being presented as a reasonable set of regulations. So I'm willing to move forward with it as we have it now.
Hold on. John, could you address the tension between the federal laws and the state of Colorado's law? It seems to be in contravention of federal law.
The tension?
Well, one entity, the federal government, says that marijuana in any form is illegal, and Colorado at this point is saying that you can license medical marijuana, and so the two seem to be contradictory, and that gives rise to some tension.
Federal law and state law are in discord. As you said, federal law prescribes sale, possession, distribution of marijuana as a controlled substance. It is in conflict with state law, which allows for the production, the growth, and dispensing of medical marijuana. The distinction there, of course, being medical marijuana and not marijuana for recreational purposes or otherwise. So there is a distinct difference in state and federal law. That difference, of course, was discussed by the board some time ago when we were first entertaining changes to our land use code to specifically allow medical marijuana activities. When that was not done, I think that tension was referenced in the decision not to move forward at that time. However, I believe the board at that time, in deciding not moving forward with the land use code changes, recognized that state law being different than federal law, that these activities would be approved at a state level, and that the federal government was an unknown. Whether the federal government would step in with an enforcement activity or not is really anybody's guess and could change from administration to administration or as federal budgets change or anything else. But the course of conduct since the adoption of the medical marijuana code has been a recognition by the federal government that these state laws are in conflict with federal law, but that the federal government, through either the DEA, the United States Attorney's Office, or other federal law enforcement agencies, has not taken an action to shut down licensed businesses licensed under state law. However, that, as I said, can change because the federal government can decide to do whatever it decides to do. This regulation is modeled extensively after Boulder County. It was drafted in a way that would minimize additional costs to people engaged in medical marijuana activities, and also relies upon the concurrent review, which is built into the state statutory law, that allows a deferral of the local jurisdictions to the state for such things as background checks and so forth. The operation of this proposed regulation, in fact, does not differ in any way significantly from state law, with the exception of the reference to multi-residential structures and the reference to caucus recommendations, depending on how the board wants to treat those. The selection of a licensing authority or a licensing agent as to whether or not to conduct public hearings on license requests or applications are items that have been left open to local jurisdictions within the context of the medical marijuana code. So, in doing this process, I suppose it's with an inherent recognition that the activity is still illegal on a federal level, and that state law is in conflict with federal law. But to the extent that people are operating legally under state law requirements, that the county is not seeking to close those operations down, but to allow them to go forward with this licensing event.
So as a local entity or government jurisdiction, we're simply, what you're suggesting is we're simply following state regulations.
That's right.
And somehow we have to overlook the contradiction with federal regulations.
I wouldn't say to overlook it, but certainly be mindful of it. It should go, into your decision-making process. But this is a system that would allow people who want to conduct business under the medical marijuana code to continue to, or for other businesses to come forward and to apply for licensing to start. I guess I should mention also, as an aside, we have not received a real volume of calls. In fact, I don't believe any at all for new businesses. And if there's a condition out there, I guess, in the marketplace, perhaps we've already hit our equilibrium in that what is being supported economically in the market for these products is what we have.
Let me ask you a further question, John. Does the state of Colorado have a pharmaceutical agency of any sort? Can they determine what a pharmaceutical is?
The state of Colorado regulates narcotics. They regulate manufactured pharmaceutical drugs, and in that they define and classify different schedules of substances.
But they don't have an agency that does that. That's the state legislature that does it.
The state legislature does it, and they regulate pharmaceutical licenses in particular. It's interesting when you talk about medical marijuana, it's impossible not to throw out analogies left and right. Is it like a liquor license? Is it like a pharmaceutical or a pharmacy business? Is it like a wellness center? It's really a business of its own. Analogies, in my opinion, tend to fall apart just because of the uniqueness of this type of business. And I guess it's natural to look for those analogies just as a guideline as to what would be the appropriate direction to head. But medical marijuana is certainly unique. But and so looking at liquor licensing or looking at the treatment of pharmacies and the regulation of pharmacists as a profession, as the state statutes do, I'm not sure is ultimately productive, because the issue is how best to regulate this activity, medical marijuana businesses.
I can understand what you're saying, but given that there's no authority within the state other than the legislature to define what medical marijuana is, then we're really at a loss, and then you do have to fall back on analogies, quite frankly, because there's a void there of expertise. Certainly the state legislators aren't experts on whatever medical conditions marijuana might have. And they're simply elected officials. They're not experts. So I'm conflicted also. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, having followed this, obviously as a citizen, but as a board representative to Colorado Counties Inc., 3 legislative sessions ago is when this really was taken to heart as, well, we need to regulate it, we need to understand what's going on. This is a very serious undertaking by the state legislature. Sure, they're not medical doctors, but what's your expertise in a lot of areas that we deal with as elected officials? What's my expertise? We're elected to represent the people, and I disagree with you because the authority for medical marijuana, there is an authority, and it's called the people of Colorado. And so that works pretty well for me. What we're trying to do is essentially follow state law in the least obtrusive way by allowing licensing, not dealing with zoning and changing to the code and all this complicated stuff. This has a life of its own. We should respect the direction of the people. We should protect the public health and safety, and I agree with Rachel. We should respect the requests of caucuses, because I don't see that they're, highly out of sorts. Well, a certain area wants one thing, a certain area hasn't really come with an opinion, another one has this opinion. Fine. Like I said earlier, what we're doing here is licensing. We're not dealing with federal law. Federal law is federal law. When I got elected, I said I would work for and with the people and the land, and this is totally consistent with why I'm here. One of the many reasons. Not only to do the right thing by this, hey, we deal with zoning, health and safety, human services. I mean, across the board, we have so many responsibilities. This is just one of them, and I think we should move this on.
Thanks, Jack. Rachel and then Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I look at this in many ways that we're a county, a state, who knows, perhaps a nation that's in a little bit of transition. And so that there's questions and that there's concerns is natural. And I respect that my fellow board members may have different opinions on different aspects of this. It's not unusual. But I look backwards to the rest of the situation and the rest of the law outside of licensing and grow operations and dispensaries to the default that should there not be a licensing procedure in Picken County, then you default to the caretaker model. And the caretaker model is not regulated at all. And each caretaker can have up to 6 plants per patient for, I think, up to 5 patients. And so every single one of those caucus areas that made a certain request might see that request violated by defaulting to the caretaker model, whether it's in a multifamily building or someone's garage or someone's attic or someone's basement. And I don't think that that's where we want to go. So I would rather have it a little more corralled together where the state regulators have a responsibility and a job rather than default to a splintered effect where there is no control, there's no accountability, there's no reporting. And I think that would get a lot messier, a lot faster than acknowledging this and moving forward with appropriate licensing. And through our licensing, then through the state's licensing, once applied here and then go to the state, there are background checks on proprietors and there's background checks on employees. That's not something we have to reinvent the wheel. Those are assured at those sort of levels. And so the final comment I had would be that, that there's tension with the federal government is not surprising to me. I think a lot of citizens have tension with the federal government about how they're applying the Constitution of the United States right now with indefinite detention of citizens without habeas corpus, and just acting with that we have tension with the federal government as it relates to the Geneva Conventions and bombing and killing individuals without any sort of trial or jury or any charges in foreign sovereign countries from drone attacks. That we may have tension with the federal government is not unusual. So I am still ready to move this forward.
George?
I've heard words such as responsibility, accountability, answering to those who have elected us, and I agree with all that. And I don't have a problem in terms of the licensing as it goes forth. What I do have a problem is how it's being administered. And I agree with Michael very strongly that if we want to be responsible, if we want to be accountable, if we want to allow the opportunity for the public to weigh in, if there's an application for a grow site next to a neighbor's house in a rural area, I think it's more than appropriate that neighbor in that neighborhood is aware of that and is able to provide comment, whether positive or negative. It does affect the safety, it does affect the welfare, and it certainly affects the property valuation, without a doubt. And to not have the Board of County Commissioners or a public process be able to solicit and hear comments either from a caucus or individuals, I think is a travesty. And I think we need to look at that And if we don't look at that, or not able to change that, then I cannot support this going forward.
Any other comments? Yes, Rob?
I'm ready to move forward the way it stands. I appreciate the feedback on the caucus information. I think the important thing is they are reasonable recommendations, and they are recommendations. But I think it's an interesting topic with all of our things, because we do get a lot of recommendations for all sorts of topics from the caucus area. I believe that this is kind of the least obtrusive way to kind of push the state regulations and allow something that, as Jack has said, has been happening over the last period of time without major complaints. I do think that there is opportunity for citizens, neighbors, and whatnot to present their information, and nothing we do is completely set in stone, in the sense that I believe that this is a new process and a new licensing process, and it should be reviewed in a year, 18 months or something, to its effectiveness, and whether or not the state's regulations process and officers that they've put into place are doing their job as well. I think that's important as well, because I've said in previous work sessions about this, if we can't manage this substance in the way that it's supposed to be managed, we shouldn't be allowing it at all. But I believe that we can manage it, and I believe that the state of Colorado can manage it, and I think time will tell whether that's true or not, and we can make alterations when those times come. But we do have public comment at every one of our regular meetings, and we do have the opportunity for citizens to write, complain, and all sorts of things. As with any business in Pitkin County, the citizens have that right, and we can monitor those and make changes if need be. But I'm in favor of moving forward where we are with this today.
So, hold on, Jack. Let me just read something this is from Kern County, from their online newspaper. It says, cultivation and distribution of marijuana are felony crimes under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. The cultivation or sale of more than 1,000 plants requires a minimum prison sentence of 10 years. While the cultivation or sale of more than 100 plants requires a minimum prison sentence of 5 years. It is also a felony for a property owner to rent, lease, or otherwise make a place available for the cultivation or distribution of marijuana. Fines up to $4 million can be imposed. In addition to criminal and civil penalties, property being used to cultivate or distribute marijuana may be forfeited to the United States without compensation, along with any proceeds of the illegal activity, and so forth and so on. So this is a serious deal. I mean, for me, it's very serious. The issue is quite frankly, I view it as a sham, that medical marijuana, if marijuana were legalized federally, then I could see us licensing marijuana or not licensing at all, whatever the federal laws require. But quite frankly, for someone to lease property, including farmlands, that would be subject to forfeiture by the United States government, it seems to me there shouldn't be. I mean, how do you resolve that tension? You can't. Why would you be in the business of doing it if you could forfeit virtually your freedom and your property for doing it under federal regulation? I don't see that there's any profit in that whatsoever. And the issue here, it seems to me, is that we need public feedback through a process of licensing, if we're going to go ahead and do that, perpetrate this sham, and we need to take responsibility for it and not pass it off on the county manager. And I feel very strongly about that. And unless we come to some version of that, I can't support this from the get-go. So that's where I'm at. George?
We have a process and a venue for the public to provide input to caucuses. And that venue is when there's a land use application that comes before ComDev, they notify the caucuses. So the caucuses are aware that something there's an application in their neighborhood. And they have the ability to review that application and provide input prior to it coming to us, because then it goes to P&Z, but eventually will land, if it's under special review, it will come before the Board of County Commissioners. So there is an opportunity for the public to be informed in a timely fashion and be able to provide comments. And then we, as the Board of County Commissioners, can take those comments into consideration and make a decision. The way we have this set up currently is it takes that public process out of the picture, and now it's just an administrative process. And so how would I know that someone is applying administratively to do a grow site next door to me or in my neighborhood if it's not coming before this board or coming before a caucus or the neighborhood? I don't have that ability. And I think that goes against everything that I've heard here today in terms of our responsibility to our citizens, our accountability to our citizens. And it's not a big issue. All I'm asking is that we take the licensing authority away from the county manager and bring it to where it should be, to the Board of County Commissioners. To me, this is like a special review for use in a rural area in terms of a land use issue. And it does have substantial impacts. And as Lance had noted earlier, he can't keep track of the current growth sites because they move around. And they move around without any neighborhood knowledge of it until it's there, and then it's too late.
Chad.
I guess hopefully after we pass this licensing authority resolution and we are compliant with state law, we'll know what's going on where. That's just one of the components of this. This is the most highly regulated business I've ever been involved with. As I shared last time we had a hearing on this, I requested and was granted the opportunity to go to a grow site, go to a dispensary. I don't think you can blow your nose without the cameras being aware of what's going on. We can debate this. I've heard a version of what you've said and of what you've said, Michael, the whole rest of the afternoon. And I request that we call the question. I believe that what we have here is really a good start. And I think we should review it in a year, and let's see what's going on. Now, it's very clear what we're doing today, and the public needs to understand that if this does move forward, the first reading, there will be no public hearing on initial license applications. But in fact, on renewals, if there are neighborhood complaints, problems, etc., there are public hearings. So let's stop. I mean, it's a little frustrating to hear the same arguments and the same arguments, but it's time for us, I think, to move on. I'm willing to respect caucus feedback, but I'm not willing to make this thing so complicated that it becomes a major political controversy when it's not one in this county. So may I ask one more question? Sure. Just for formality. John, when a board member asks to call the question, would you give us your feedback as to what that means?
There has to be a second.
It means to call a motion to a vote. There hasn't been a motion yet, though.
I understand. I'm just letting you all know where I'm headed.
Well, I appreciate
I want to respect you
I
all.
appreciate your frankness and openness, Jack, and I get a sense of where you're headed. Thank you. Rachel, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just briefly. I have a feeling we're going to go through some of the same dialogue at second reading and public hearing, so I think it is appropriate, given the rest of the matters before us, to move it forward. I would not second a motion to call the question, though, because I think if others want to speak, we'll keep it going now as long as we need to. I still have to come back to the 30 plants per caretaker, unregulated and unlicensed, that would and could exist anywhere throughout the county. I don't even know, we could perhaps answer this for second reading, is there a limit of a number of caretakers who can live in one residence? If not, there is, it's still 30 plants unregulated in any neighborhood within the county if we don't have our own licensing agreement. My concern with the proposal, as you're putting it forward, George, is that one neighbor will say, turn it down because I do not like it. And is that grounds in our code for the manager or this board or anyone else to deny permits if the licensing law allows permits in those areas? Would our code allow for putting on additional permit requirements? And it doesn't. And I think we'd be setting up just a set of circumstances for just continued controversy, rather than, as Jack has pointed out, that should there be any problem upon renewal, that use can be eliminated forever. But I don't know, if you're going to permit something or allow something to be permitted, then how often do you set up that, well, I don't like it. There's a lot of homes that are built that I don't like necessarily, but there's a right that people have to enjoy their property. And this is saying, well, you may have a right to enjoy your property in this sort of way, but you may not, based on whether or not anyone, what distance matters. Is it 1.5 mile away? Is it an immediate neighbor away? We don't have any criteria set up for that. And at the end of the day, perhaps this is a matter that should go to a vote in November. We have time for that. We can put the laws in place temporarily until they are approved by the public in November, and then live or die with what the public wants to do with the issue. But I don't believe in making it overly complicated at this point.
George?
I guess I'm not trying to make it overcomplicated. Right now, the ordinance reads that if anyone who wants to reapply for renewal of a license needs to come before the BOCC to ensure that there hasn't been any complaints. All I'm asking for is that we have those same citizens, that same neighborhood, the opportunity to provide input. Just like if someone has some concerns about a home size, we have a process that allows citizens and neighborhoods to come before us to provide their comments. We take those comments, we discuss it, and then we make a decision. And that's all I'm asking this, is to allow that same process to occur. Because growth sites may have a negative effect on an adjacent property. more so than the size of a home, where you're dealing with health, safety, and property values. And the process we have right now is not allowing that to occur, because it's just an administrative process going to the county manager, and we're missing a major step, and there's a void in the public process. And I don't think it's that big an issue. As John said, we're not being overwhelmed by applications, so if we have to listen to one or two, I don't think it's going to be that negative an impact or time consumption on us.
No. We have a lot of hearings that are determined by a hearing officer, George, that don't come to us as well on local land use. And I see it as being very similar to that.
Yeah, the issue of us having a hearing, it seems to me, is straightforward. It's there's been talk about not politicizing marijuana regulations in and of themselves are a political matter. There are people who have strong feelings one way or the other. And whether or not people like it might not be the grounds for denying it, Rachel. I would think, and we've had people come in with comments that are thought out, that are thorough, and that are reasonable. And we've had people come in saying, I don't like it. And we listen to them, but we expect better arguments from people. So I don't think that the grounds of we like it, we don't like it, are going to be the basis for denial or approval of the licensing. But I think that it's our responsibility as elected officials to be the gathering point for citizen input. And the county manager is not the gathering point for citizen input in a public setting. And I think a public setting is the way to deal with this issue. Because it's been brought out, there's a lot of contradictions in this issue. The contradiction of who decides whether it's medical marijuana or not. Turns out it's by the state legislature. The contradiction between federal law and local law. It's a substantial contradiction, as I pointed out in the regulations governing marijuana under the Controlled Substance Act. So I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that it be a public hearing on the initial application for the licensing, dealing with a problem after the fact instead of anticipating it. It's just poor leadership. And I really think that we need to stand up and be the governing board for the medical marijuana regulations.
I guess maybe what I'd like to do is make a motion as an amendment to this ordinance. I'd like to make a motion that to approve this ordinance with the inclusion that the Board of County Commissioners will be the licensing authority.
I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? Call the vote then. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
So the motion fails. Jack?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickett County, Colorado, establishing Pickett County medical marijuana licensing regulations as identified in our memo.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes?
Sorry, before you vote, I'd just like a little clarification. I wasn't sure, given the back and forth of the discussion, if, Jack, you were implicitly including the suggested limitations from the caucuses or not?
Yes, I want to respect those, and thanks for that clarification. That is an important one going forward.
Yes, George.
This is set for second reading on June 27th. You only have a board of 3 people here. Rob and I would be absent. I would like to see that continue to a time when we have a full board.
The dilemma there, George, is that the state has asked that all counties, all local jurisdictions, take action before July 1st this year. We lost some time kind of waiting for some impact back from the state offices. In fact, still haven't really heard back from them if there's any input on this proposed regulation. The dilemma is really part of the genesis of this whole thing, because anybody who's actively engaged in the activity now, in order to maintain, legal status under state law, has to be able to take advantage of some local procedure, this licensing procedure for the
zoning regulation that's being considered right this minute, actually, by Garfield County to accomplish the same thing, or something. And so by deferring it past the July 1st date, you really kind of create this no man's land for anybody engaged in the activity now.
John, let me ask you, this entire procedure is in no man's land. Why does a few weeks of no man's land bother you?
I don't have a particular bother in the issue. I'm just pointing out the fact as related to state regulation.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, I'm perfectly comfortable with, not perfectly comfortable, but given that the gist of this hearing is a balancing act between competing regulations, federal, state, local, and that there's unanswered questions in all of those areas, I'm perfectly comfortable in delaying the hearing until sometime in July, and there's perhaps a 2-week or 3-week gap in that regulation. I don't think the state is going to swoop down on, at least they'll be in competition with the federal government in terms of swooping down. So I just don't think it's a problem at all. Jack?
I think it's a real big problem because the state legislature enacted a specific date, and we have, for whatever reasons, come upon this date as first reading, 2 weeks, second reading, and if we don't, we will actually vacate our responsibility to taking action on this issue. If any of this would have come up before, we would have whatever's. It kind of seems like Rob, at least for the sake of what it appears where we're headed here, would be on one side and George the other. So we still have a quorum. Let's move forward.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Rachel?
This is between John and George as a question, but if we were to have a special meeting, say June 22nd, would you be in town, and would that be enough time for the public notice of a second hearing?
Public notice has already been set.
Are you still here the 25th, or when? I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's a different day we could have a special meeting.
I'm fairly certain, Jeanette's not here right now, that the notice has gone out for that 27th date. On the 27th, we could push it back to June 30th, for example, but we wouldn't be able to entertain it at a regular board noticed second reading prior to the 27th.
Okay. The 30th is a Saturday. I don't know if you're back by then either, but I...
No, I raised a question. I understand the constraints. I will, although I'm not here and Rob's not here, I will make sure that all the rural caucuses are aware of it and let them know that they have the ability to come before the board and give their input.
John, let me ask you a question on that. We can't revise notice at all?
We can revise notice if there's enough time. And given the...
There isn't enough time between the 13th and the 27th?
Right, for the paper to receive the request to publish the notification and for the paper to physically publish it, there isn't enough time right now to change the date.
Because they'd have to receive it on Monday and then publish it on Tuesday?
Yeah.
By Tuesday?
Yeah, that does not happen.
And that's the 19th, so there's not sufficient time between the 19th and the 27th.
George, excuse me, Michael. We've been going for almost 3 hours without a break, and I want to move this forward now, but I'm wondering if there might be any possibility our staff could look into, is there any possibility of getting that notice published as a separate notice sooner and us being able to change the date? I mean, I just want to, I know it's standard procedure, but I also know from placing ads myself that, you can usually reserve something by the end of Wednesday and get it in on the Friday paper, and then repeat it on Monday. I just don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, is there any chance they could double-check that in the course of the afternoon, and we could...
Certainly double-check it. The limitation isn't us so much as it is just working with the paper.
Right, well, I was just hoping we might be able to make some inquiries and see if there's any way, and if there is, would we have a full board on the 25th, or is this just a kind of exercise in futility anyhow?
Yeah, I'll be out that whole week.
Okay, so it would have to be next Friday, the 22nd at the soonest, and that's probably not enough turnaround time between first and second reading.
Well, it's not, you can have first reading and second reading compressed right up to each other. There's not enough time to get for the notice to appear in the paper in advance of the hearing.
What's the advance time needed? Do we know?
I think it was 10 days.
I think it's 13 now.
13.
So if it's
it
in the
doesn't
paper tomorrow, it puts it to the 27th.
It still doesn't work, so, okay, well, thanks, I just wanted to explore that a little further.
Yeah.
Thank you for trying to help out on that issue.
Michael?
So, yes.
We're still in discussion here, right? Just a quick note, there's just a small little tiny typo in the application form of this thing on the second page of the application for there's medical marijuana center type 1, type 2, and type 2, and it should read type 3. Small, but...
I mean, that's fine. It says 3.
Rob, are you looking in the regulation itself? Or on the...
I'm looking at the application form.
Oh, at the end.
The second page of the application form, section 5.
Got it.
It says
Oh, I
type
see.
1, type 2, type 2.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? I just have a comment, I'm not going to support this, just for the want of public input on the commissioner level. I mean, it seems to me our responsibility to be in that position, and we're foregoing that responsibility. I'm not happy with that. So, yes, George?
And I agree with those sentiments. We're bypassing a critical part of our role as the Board of County Commissioners to allow public input and public participation that we allow for any other land use decision. And to go from an administrative position, from a public policy position, I just don't think that's governance in my mind.
Any further comment? I'll call the question.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We're going to take a break, a substantial break. We're going to take 15 minutes and just walk it off. Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. It's a little past 3. We're resuming our meeting at consent public hearing second reading. And the first item is a resolution executing a co-holder agreement for Jerome Park Ranch Conservation Easement. Paul Holsinger is here to present for us. Paul?
Yeah. My name is Paul Holsinger. I work for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails as their land officer. And I oversee the stewardship of the conservation easement portfolio that the county has accumulated over the years. The document that we're discussing is related to this Jerome Park Ranch, which is the county's largest conservation easement. It's 4,770 acres. You see here, it's right in the backyard of Carbondale. The county line traverses right here. So it actually is part in Garfield County and partly in Pitkin County. The easement was granted back in 2007, and it was a huge deal since it protected and conserved the Spring Gulch Nordic area, which occurs every winter right about here. It also protects and conserves a trailhead, which is used for the public to access the Forest Service land here. And actually in winter, they have a special use permit with the owners of the rancher, who is one of the owners, is here. That's Mark Nieslanik. It's actually owned by several ranchers in the Crystal Valley there as a grazing association. So it was a great opportunity to work with a bunch of people and get a really great project done. And it provides a lot of amenities to the public, as well as they lease about 200 acres to the Sunlight Mountain Resort, which is just up here in the northwest corner of the property. And they have a few black diamond runs that I guess come across this way. The reason we're here is because back in 2007, the property was conserved, and the county put some monetary funds towards the purchase of the conservation easement. And at the same time, the Grazing Association wanted to work with Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, so the county became a co-holder in the conservation easement. And in those instances, the county likes to have a co-holder agreement in place to line out the obligations for each of the organizations, such as monitoring who's going to steward the third-party access easements, and enforcement of those kinds of things. So to line out those obligations, a co-holder agreement is usually drafted, and there was one draft in 2007, but it just never was finalized. It just slipped through the cracks. So now we're here to finalize that, and it basically lines out if there's a conflict resolution between Pitkin County and Colorado Cattlemen Agricultural Land Trust, how those steps will work out, which is basically mediation, and then if it needs to go any further, I guess it will go further, but we haven't had any opportunity to use that agreement. And if any legal action were to take place in any stewardship issues on this property, if one organization chose to pursue a legal avenue, it wouldn't obligate, say, the county to be involved in that as well if we didn't want to be a part of it. So that's basically the terms of that agreement. So now we're here to approve that.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Yes, George?
Paul, what's the relationship between Pitkin County and the Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, and the Spring Gulch Nordic Council, which has their own nonprofit board?
We're all our separate entities. We don't get involved in their administration. We do, if they do need to put in new trails or anything, we reserve the right to approve that. But other than that, we're all our own separate entities, and we all focus on different things. Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, let me just add briefly that in 2006, as you know, the Pitkin County Open Space Program adopted the Aspen Snowmass Nordic system, and at that same time we began making an annual contribution towards the budget of the Spring Gulch Nordic system as well. They do otherwise raise all of their funds privately through various charitable events and memberships down in Carbondale, but we've been putting about $10,000 a year towards the grooming that goes on down there.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Thank you. Just as a refresher, Dale, you probably have this history. What was the original purchase price for the conservation easement?
Well, that's a great question. This contract was put together in 1996, before my tenure began. And at that time, there was a reservation of a bunch of home sites, 13 home sites. The conservation easement price was relatively modest at the outset. I think it was $950,000 is what I want to say. And it was in a 10-year option. The purpose of that was to allow the C Corp that they had the property held in to convert to a different type of corporate status, and the tax laws were more favorable. That would be a familiar change for Steve Child as well. But in any event, when we got close to the closing, then 10 years later, the Open Space Board and the North Thompson Association got to thinking it would be a shame to leave so many units on the ground. And we renegotiated the terms of the option agreement, and the price rose pretty dramatically. I think at the end of the day, the cash price was about $10 million, and plus there was some TDRs, and I can't recall. 13 TDRs. So it was a significant contribution. On the other hand, you have that entire large parcel, I think it's about 4,500 acres in the large parcel, with a single house reserved, which is down in the in the middle towards the lower side of it. So in terms of density reduction, we have never achieved anything this thorough in the past, and it's quite nice to know that none of the urban sprawl and ranchette development that might otherwise be possible down there will not occur on that huge area. It's the summer pasture for several ranches that have their bottomlands on the Crystal, and so the continued viability of agriculture on the East Lanix Ranch, the Cold Mountain Ranch, Tie Bar, they are all tied to the ability to graze this in the summer. So.
And are the the oil and gas rights still owned by the ranchers, or they're owned by the federal government?
They are mixed. There is a very long list of individuals who own fractional interests in the minerals under some of this land. You may recall that when we were appealing some of the leasing a few years ago, the county's standing in those appeals was tied to this property, and specifically to the impacts that those wells might have on the recreational uses that go on up there, as well as the agricultural activities.
Thank you.
Paul, when something like this slips down between the cracks, do you reach down into that crack and pull it out? Is that what happened?
Yeah, when I find them, I like to bring them forward and remedy whatever's happened. And this is this happens. Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust didn't realize this had happened either, but yeah.
Well, thank you for reaching down there and pulling this out. This is important. So. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing? Yes. Are there members of the public who wish to comment at this time on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a motion. Jack?
Well, just a quick comment first. As an individual commissioner, I would not doubt that other commissioners would agree. We really appreciate working with the North Thompson Cattlemen's Association and the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land and Trust. It's just phenomenal. This size of this and the evolution. Now, since I've been a commissioner, I think it's been amended, changed, like a lot of our resolutions. It evolves and it's been changed. But this accomplishes so many goals consistent with the policy of the people in Pickens County and the organization. And that's all to you guys. And I'll make a motion to approve the resolution executing, okay, I'll do it formal. Resolution of the BOCC of Pickens County, Colorado, executing a co-holder agreement for Jerome Park Ranch Conservation Easement.
Is there a second?
Second.
I saw Mark Nislanik's hand up. Mark, did you not hear that there was a public section there?
I did. I missed.
Hand him a microphone if you're going to.
But I did want to point out that the remaining ranchers down there, 50% of their base property now has went into conservation easement because of this Jerome Park process, and that there are really only 2 other permittees that are on that particular 4,800 acres that have not placed their land into conservation easement. And Tybar Ranch would be one of them, and we're working now with Dale to make that happen. So because of this process, they'll hopefully eventually be 100% of the base property put into conservation easement as well. So thanks again for your support.
Thank you, Mark. So there's a motion and a second. I'll call the questions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you, Paul and Dale. Thank you. Mark. Thank you very much. The next items are land use consent public hearings. We have the Ashcroft Ski Tour and rezoning. That's been continued to August 8th, 2012. And then the item after that is, again, Ashcroft, and that's also been continued to August 8th. And then the Anthony's Brown constrained site TDR designation to historic register and historic incentives. That's been continued to June 27th. And that brings us to land use public hearings.
Do we have to?
I need motions on those.
Oh, we need motions on those?
And do we need a public hearing?
Open and close in case somebody's come for this.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on those items I just mentioned? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing for those items.
Michael, I'd like to move to continue the land use consent public hearing items 1, 2, and 3, the first 2 to 8/8, the third to 6/27.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Jack left the room, Lindy.
Okay.
So that brings us to land use public hearings. We have the Snowmass Creek Outfitters Special Review for outdoor recreational use. And Suzanne Wolf is going to present to us. Is that right, Suzanne?
Yes. Suzanne Wolf for the Community Development Department. Chris Wyckoff with Snowmass Creek Outfitters is with me here at the table. They're requesting to use lands owned by Capitol Creek Ranch and the St. Benedict's Monastery as sites for commercial horseback riding tours. Just to give you bearings, here's Capitol Creek Road, in here with all the light, but Capitol Creek Road, here's Capitol Creek Ranch, actually running all the way here, and the monastery property. You can see I pointed out the staging areas. It's hard to see here, but this is basically the ranch yard at the monastery where the buildings are right next to the road. And then the staging area over on the Capitol Creek Ranch is right after you turn onto Nicholson Creek Road, kind of near the beginning of once you get onto the Capitol Creek Ranch. They would have a staging area in that location. They're requesting a 5-year permit, and they would operate and have horseback tours from late May through September, weather willing, in various years. I don't think there are really very many technical issues in terms of this. I would note that the Capitol Creek Ranch, or a portion of, is under conservation easement that's held jointly by the county and Aspen Valley Land Trust. Both of those organizations support this application and feel it is consistent with the uses permitted under the conservation easements. The caucus also supports the application, finding that this type of recreational use in this area is clearly appropriate. And it's also supported by the master plan, which supports small-scale recreational uses compatible with surrounding rural residential land uses. So from those perspectives, there's quite a bit of support for the request. They're kind of standard conditions on the application regarding certain permits they have to have for outfitter licensing and state licensing. Food service from an establishment with a valid Colorado retail food establishment, those types of things. We did ask the applicant to submit an annual report just so we can sort of get information about how much activity really happens. I mean, I think it's going to take some time for them to see how many people are interested in these rides. They are areas that are more accessible than some of the areas that they go into on the forest, and they can do some, shorter, half-day trips. But I think just so over time we can gather some of that information to see how much these areas are being used would be useful. So they would just basically submit a report to community development, so we could then kind of gather that information on how many trips, how many clients, how many vehicles are accommodated, those kinds of things. So we are recommending approval. I did notice as I was going back through my notes that I did miss Valerie McDonald with the Sheriff's Office had made comments. And their only conditions that I forgot to put on the resolution are that there should be no parking on county roads and no emergency access shall be blocked. In this case, their staging areas are off of the county roads, so I think those are accommodated, but those conditions should be added to the conditions of approval. And otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions. I would note that Steve Child also is here from the Capitol Creek Ranch, if you have any questions for any of us.
Board, are there any questions? Rachel?
Not really a question, it's just a comment. I want to congratulate you on the endeavor, and the owner of the property as well for helping to accommodate what is kind of a traditional Western use in a county like this. It adds to our resort offerings, it adds to our guest experience, and who knows, every now and then a local who doesn't have a horse has a chance to get out there too. So thank you for doing that.
George.
So I just wonder, does this mean we're going to start seeing some Western-style barbecues at the end of the rides on the ranch?
If there's any type of food service, it will come from, we're not going to be cooking any type of food. We'll have a caterer there or something along those lines, just, because we don't want to cross any county lines. So if there is any food service with the barbecue or something like that, we'll bring in the Hickory House or something along those lines to make sure that we fit in the application. But if you guys would like to come and see it, please come and join us. Just so you check it out. It's the most beautiful place. I love it. I thank you for this opportunity.
So, Suzanne, were there any questions about how many vehicles will be generated by this coming up Capitol Creek Road?
Questions on our part or?
Yeah, on anyone's part.
Not really. I mean, I think, they are looking at limited numbers for each trip. I think they said, most they would have people on a trip is 20 people. And a lot of times if they're working with, a group that wants to come out, presumably, I mean, they will be traveling in their individual vehicles, but hopefully people will be, gathering together, or if it's organized through a lodge or something, they may be able to send shuttles to send people out. But that's, I think, part of the information that we're looking for to accumulate over time. There was an outfitter who was operating, doing similar trips on the monastery property, and as far as I'm aware, we never heard any comments related to, traffic generation or issues, around that. With that operation, I don't think people really noticed the difference. So
what kind of information are you going to collect? Are you going to note how many vehicles travel for each trip? Or
we've asked for a total number of trips provided daily, total number of clients on each ride, total number of vehicles accessing the properties for each trip, and then total number of employees utilized per trip. So that would be the information we would accumulate as they operate.
So in 5 years, if Snowmass Creek Outfitters comes back, we'd have that information?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Chris, do you want to say something?
Yes, please. First of all, like I said before, I really appreciate this opportunity and your guys' time and everything like that. I grew up here, and one of my goals is to keep it small and cool and classy. I don't really want the Walmart of horseback rides going on in my favorite ranch on the planet. So I'd like to keep it very kind of small, and it's kind of more of an educational process, talking about the ranch and Sopris and things like that, to really inform my clients. And one of our goals in our office is, we have it on the wall, but it basically explains, we want our people to go to dinner and say, I had the most amazing wilderness experience. And they don't even really need to talk about horseback rides, just because we kind of brought a lot of light of what's happening in the county to them, and, with the conservation easements and stuff like that. So that's kind of what we're working for. I wouldn't want to see a ton of cars. If there's going to be a very large group for some reason, it would probably be through Blazing Adventures, and they would drive them just in one van down there. So that's my goal, is to kind of keep it small, cool, and classy is what we're going for.
Okay. Walmart gives horse tours also?
Excuse me for the reference there.
Any other questions, George?
Make a motion to be ready.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion granting the special review use approval for the Snowmass Creek Outfitters LLC.
Second. Any further discussion?
Public
Rachel?
hearing.
Oh, it is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to make comments at this time? Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Child.
Grab the mic.
I'm Steve Child, representing Capitol Creek Ranch. And also, I'm a member of the Snowmass Capitol Creek's caucus, which approved this application at our meeting a few weeks ago. I'd like to note to you that on the monastery, the Capitol Peak Outfitters were doing daily and sometimes twice daily horseback rides for the past few years, and the monastery has not invited them back. They're with the Snowmass Creek Outfitters, we're just going to be doing once or maybe twice a week rides. Sometimes there'd be 2 rides in a day, maybe a half-day ride and then an evening ride. But there's going to be way less traffic on the road than there has been in previous years from the sum total of the horseback rides.
Thank you. Yes.
Steve, I wonder if you could just clarify that statement you just said, because in our memo anyway, it says that
rides would occur 5 days a week with 2 rides per day.
Yeah.
Yes, Chris.
And that is because we are presenting that to you. At the moment, we're going to keep it, or the moment we're doing 1 day a week, and hopefully it'll grow. I'm very good friends with Brother Raymond and all the monks, and they were not happy with the previous horseback riding company, and so they kind of didn't invite him back. What I did was I went and spoke with Brother Raymond and all of the monks, and they said, we'd like to kind of take it easy this year, just kind of see how everything goes. And then the following year, you guys can come back and do horseback rides. So at the moment, the reason we submitted it for 5 days were for future years, but at the moment, it's pretty focused about 1 day a week on Capitol Creek Ranch that we have.
Okay, George. Maybe we can make a slight amendment under the resolution then, where it says, under the recitals for, under item number 2, now there be resolved, where it says horseback rides may occur 5 days a week with 2 rides per day. Perhaps we could just say horseback rides may occur up to 5 days a week with up to 2 rides per day.
That sounds great.
Is that satisfactory? Did you second? Rachel?
I'm not,
Jack seconded it, and who made the motion?
I made the original motion.
Okay, so we resolved that. Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your
Chris.
time.
Appreciate it.
The next item of business is the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning first hearing. And Suzanne, are these? Oh, okay, Michael's handling this? I'm sorry, I remember
Mike
Michael.
gets to sit in the hot seat, which is really quite hot, actually.
Michael, are we going to consider these two things together, or?
If we run out of time.
Michael? I'm asking a question. We have the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning and also the R6 Zone District Land Use Code Amendment. So how do you want us to proceed with those two items?
All the information's on the rezoning memo, and the reason there's two ordinances is because we have an ordinance for the rezoning to R6, and then also a land use code amendment amending the R6 zone district. So that's why it's two. But rezoning would go first, if that's okay with you.
So are you ready to present that then?
Yeah.
You just
Okay,
have one
thank you.
error, though. 2754, all the lots are the same size, so at R30, they would have all had 13 something. If 2754 would be allowed under the R30.
I'll break that. Okay, so the applicant, we have sitting next to us, Wendy Whitman, and we have an application for the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning lots C23 through C27. I'm Mike Kramer with Pickens County Community Development Planner, and we heard this application previously at a BOCC hearing, and the board decided to continue this request so they could do a site visit. And we did that site visit on April 23rd, and I think everyone was there. And we got to see the lots, and Wendy was there to show us around. We got to understand how the lot lines worked, the existing development of what it looked
Wendy,
like.
could you give her a full name?
My name's Gwendolyn Whitman.
Okay, just so, for the record, so.
I'm one representing the 5 homeowners in that subdivision section that you came up to see that had been rezoned to bigger lots except for these.
I understand. I just need an introduction to exactly who you are. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mike.
Yes.
Is this something new, hasn't been passed out?
No.
I have my book.
Yep, this is just something I just prepared for the board meeting. I was just going to get to it when we explained the request. And it was
Do you
just
have
a...
any copies?
What's that?
Have any copies?
No, I just have it on the screen.
Good, thank you.
Okay. So the request is to rezone, and through the subsequent P&Z and hearing, we actually had to, the P&Z and staff recommended to also amend the R6 zone district. And I thought this would just be an easy way to just simplify the request and try and understand what this rezoning and code amendment means. And basically what we have is lots C23 through C27. Existing square footage out there is as is shown here, although Wendy said there might be an error on there.
Well, you have what would be, on the second column, you have what would be allowed per R30, but we're all the same size lot, so it would be .13 of 10,000, so I don't know where you're getting the second column, that's all.
Okay, so
10,000.
So existing square footage out there today is...
That's of the structure.
Of the structure itself, yes. This is floor area, this is how we count floor area today. So as you can see, these are the numbers. Under current R30 zoning, which is a .13 floor area ratio, this is what is allowed today. And what you're seeing is a difference in what is allowed and what is existing in the R30 zone district because of pretty much a long history of code amendments and land use since 1966 when this plat got approved. And what we have is a bunch of non-conforming structures out there. And what Wendy and the rest of the lot owners are asking is to rezone to R6 so that there can be expansion ability and that the non-conformity is then lost. There will be no more non-conforming structure out here. We would have structures that conform in the R6 zone district. So in comparison, we have an R6 zoning that allows for a .30 floor area ratio, and this is what would be allowed under that zoning, right here. So R30 is .13 floor area ratio, R6 is .30 floor area ratio, and these two columns show the difference in what the rezoning and the land use code amendment would allow for. Now, in addition to what the floor area ratio allows for in these two zone districts, the land use code also allows for an exemption for lots with floor area ratios in the urban growth boundary. And those zoning exemptions equate to a 4,000 square foot subgrade basement. And what that means is that, like on Red Mountain where it's zoned R30, one can build up to their floor area ratio as depicted right here. And then they also get the ability to build a 4,000 square foot subgrade space, or basement we call it. And in addition to that, because it's a lot with a floor area ratio in the UGB, there's the ability for the lot to build a 750 square foot garage. Okay? So you get your floor area ratio plus a 4,000 square foot subgrade space and a 750 square foot garage. And in both of these scenarios today, one could build these floor areas and then in addition build 4,000 square feet subgrade and then 750 square foot garage. Now, when we start adding that floor area ratio, basement and garage together, that's called gross floor area. And anytime gross floor area exceeds 5,750 square feet, then one needs to either land a TDR on the site or compete in growth management to get a floor area allocation. Now, what staff and the P&Z recommended in our hearings is that the R6 zone district be amended. We actually do a land use code amendment to make a gross floor area maximum of 5,750 square feet. And what that means is that if this rezoning gets approved, we would do a land use code amendment that amends R6 that in no way does gross floor area exceed 5,750 on these lots. And furthermore, staff recommended that we cap the maximum lot size for the R6 zone district to this quirky number, 11,999 square feet. And the purpose of that is that staff and the P&Z were concerned that everybody on Red Mountain would just rezone to R6 because it has a much larger floor area ratio and it has a smaller lot size. And what that means is that someone with 12,000 square feet of lot size could then split those lots and then have two. And we were worried about that, so we said that if one is to rezone to R6, we would cap the maximum lot size at 11,999 square feet. And that then discourages other large lots on Red Mountain to ask for the rezoning. That was something that we came up with, and that was the number that was thrown out there.
Just a second, Rachel, let me ask. Mike, when you say other lots for rezoning, don't you have to rezone areas, not lots?
A lot can rezone individually, or a request could come in to rezone a bunch of lots at one time.
So you could have one lot somewhere at some random area on Red Mountain, say, I'd like to be rezoned to R6?
Someone could certainly ask that from us.
They can ask it.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Thank you, Mike. I was kind of follow up on the same questions. Zoning is a discretionary action, so that although someone asks, there's nothing mandatory or that would compel the board to ever rezone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Given that as one safeguard, I still am not entirely sure I understand how 11,999 truly inhibits. Because if existing lots under the R30 are required to have, they're required to have 30,000 square feet now and the need of 60 to subdivide, I don't know how many are 30,000 square feet, but it would seem like you could then fit two, you still could subdivide into two and fit within a 30,000 square foot lot.
So under that scenario in the R30 zone district, if you had 60,000 square feet of lot size, so the entirety of the lot equals 60,000 square feet, somebody could ask for a subdivision to split those into two and create two 30,000 square foot lots in the R30 zone district, and that possibly could happen. And what staff was trying to accomplish by saying that the maximum lot size for someone to rezone in the R6 zone district is 11,999 square feet, meaning that if you have 12,000 square feet of lot size on Red Mountain, you can't even rezone to R6 because it's not possible. The land use code does not allow for it in this scenario.
Right. But if someone had 60,000 square feet of lot size, they could try to rezone to R6 to create 4 lots.
No.
So that scenario could not happen with this code amendment because they are over the threshold for lot size to rezone to R6.
Okay, so
The fathering parcel has to be under.
the fathering parcel, that was what was not clear for me. The fathering parcel has to be under 11,999.
If I could just also point out that on Red Mountain, these lots, there are 10,000 square feet. Most lots are, this is only going to allow this section of homes because most lots, there aren't any other lots under 12,000 square feet up on Red Mountain.
Okay, thank you.
George? We all did a site visit up there, and Wendy showed us around, and we talked about the reason for this was really more of a fairness issue. And given that a lot of these lots and the homes on it are fairly well constrained anyway, so they're very limited in terms of the ability to expand. And as I recall, the conversation is, just the ability to add on to a room or a pantry or whatever. And I thought during that discussion, we also talked about limiting that FAR. And I thought we talked about having that go up to 3,500 square feet versus 5,750. So, unless there's some other rationale that we should allow up to 5,750, given those constrained lots, I would recommend that we limit it to up to 3,500 square feet, which seemed to address all the needs of the neighbors.
3,500 square feet, but are you saying then absolutely that's total? No subterranean at all? Because Jack talked about 3,500 and then 1,000 square feet subterranean.
Okay. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
So we'll ask you questions.
I apologize.
And George is posing the question of, is 3,500 square feet something that you can accept?
Total?
Yes.
I guess for above grade square footage, yes. But I would like to have a concession.
Because okay, now, what we normally do is we have staff present, and then there are questions for staff. And that's sort of where we are now. Mm-hmm. And then, Gwendolyn, we'll allow you to make the presentation. Otherwise, it gets into a back and forth discussion, and it doesn't really enhance our understanding. So, George, could you readdress that question to Michael? and
Yeah.
ask them why they changed it to 5750?
Yeah, Michael, again, I thought we had a discussion up there, and given the constrained lots and given the future ability, you never know how creative someone could really get to up there. I thought we had discussed and talked about limiting the house size, total FAR, to 3,500 square feet to accomplish the neighbors' concerns and needs for adding small additions, but not making this into a substantially large home.
Yep, I remember that discussion too, and I actually wrote about that in the memo in a short sentence, and we can certainly do that if that's the board's will.
Okay, board, let's follow up on the difference between staff 5750 and the previous discussion of 3,500. Jack, Rachel?
Mike, where's that sentence so I don't have to go search for it?
Yeah, it's on page 2 of that first memo, Jack, and that was I just had a bullet point list, and that was just another sentence about further discussion with the board. On page 2, it just says, other board discussion revolved around the topic of a possible further limitation of the .30 FAR for the R6 zone district, or a possible gross floor area maximum less than 5,750, and staff's certainly willing to discuss that.
Sure.
Well, I certainly remember the 3,500, and we have to go back to why we're here and what was articulated from the first hearing. And that's a matter of fairness and the inability to deal with the mortgage issue and the incompatible zoning, etc. And so that landed where it did. We went and did a site visit, and I think, important I speak for myself here, those lots are so constrained that I really can't see how, unless we excavated part of the way to China, that we have much, if any, subgrade space. I understand this is a discretionary action by the Board of County Commissioners. So for me, I want to do everything we can to solve several problems while trying to maintain a sense of character reality, because architects can get really innovative and et cetera, and engineers. So that's where I'm at. I certainly want to hear everyone as we go around and end up with a very fair resolution. So, and I'm sure that's the goal of everyone.
Jack, where do you end up on
Well, I certainly am at that 3,500. I want to have a discussion about subgrade, and if that really means tweaking anything at all. But I'm pretty, when you look at the existing square footages on that first line, and you go to where they could be, and then you subtract, say, the right-hand line, R6, from 5750, we're talking huge numbers. So to me, that's already out the door. 3,500 or very close to it is kind of my cap, but I want to hear the conversation.
Okay. Rachel?
Well, I just want to be clear that if you went to 3,500 gross above grade, these properties would still be eligible for a 750 square foot garage and the 4,000 square foot basement. I mean, I'm trying to understand how that works. Is it a total pulling down of the 5,750 to 3,500 and let it fly wherever it is? Okay, I understand the proposal on the table, but what I'm wondering is, can you do additional restrictions? Aren't we talking about modifying the R6 zone to that? The rezoning to R6, I'm not sure you can put additional restrictions on these properties beyond what is in the R6 zone, unless we change the R6 zone, isn't it?
That is what we would do.
So we're really talking about modifying the R6 zone, of which there's no other properties in the county zone that way, and it may or may not ever come into play for others, but it does kind of eliminate a zone that may have had some benefit elsewhere.
Wendy?
Can I speak?
Yeah.
I think the thing that's unclear about Mike's chart is that if the R6 passes per what staff and P&Z discussed, under 12,000 square foot lots, if this goes through, we are going to be allowed those numbers above grade, 3358, 2754, 3,000. That's what we're going to be allowed above grade. And when Jack came up, when everybody came up, we discussed capping the below grade space, and we talked about 1,000 square feet maximum below grade, because the footprints of all these houses, they're about 600 to 700 square feet. So if someone ever tore down these houses and they wanted to get a little basement, 1,000 was the most. So I think what you have to decide is, we don't care, the 5750, you can take that down. What we have to decide is, for the R6, if we're going to go to R6, is that above grade number acceptable as far as 0.3, which gets us 3327, makes us, two of our properties will still be non-conforming by 200 square feet, and that's where Jack came in at the 3,500 and said, let's get these houses all conforming at 3,500 square feet above grade. So what we have to decide is, I think in the R6, is if you want to allow how much below grade space and allow this 0.30, which doesn't give us 3,500 square feet above grade. It gives us those numbers that he's designated there under the R6, and then you got to limit and say, for R6, the lots can't be over 12,000 square feet. They can only have 1,000 square feet subterranean, and they can have a 500 square foot garage if we can fit it for somebody else. But you guys know, on our properties, we can't get garages because of the slope and the way we're landlocked. So you're going to maybe give us the right in R6 to do a garage or get a little extra storage, but as he said, for our particular subdivision, we're just looking to get this non-conforming R6, get us all to an even about 30, between 2,700 and 3,300 square feet, to get us away from what is currently allowed, which is 1,300 approximately per 10,000 square foot.
Jack and then Ron. Yeah, real quick. I'd like to clarify, Wendy, when we go on a site visit, we're brainstorming, we're not locking in a direction, we can't take action in the field. We're just trying to work with the circumstances and be sensitive to both the applicant's needs and our role as commissioners. So, and then the discussion's still over, here with where we end up, because we really, for me, we're talking about gross square footage.
Okay.
That's really critical here. Thank you,
Bob? I see some reasoning in what Wendy is saying, in the sense that if these lot sizes, we're making an amendment to the R6 zone in general, and we're trying to apply it to this specific site, which is the only place in the county that's going to be in this R6 zone. And as already stated, there are no other Red Mountain lots that are under 12,000 square feet, so there's very likely any other R6 applications to be coming in out there. But with the 0.3 FAR ratio at 12,000 square foot lot, the largest lot will have a FAR of 3,600. And I think the change, and I'm up for debate as to what the number is, the change is any additional subgrade basement space. So that 4,000 number I don't agree with. I think that 4,000 number should be 1,000 or less. And I even think the 750 number for a garage with these lot sizes is large. So I think that should be less than 750. But if that number is, say, 1,000, then the largest lot ever in an R6 zone is going to have 4,600 square feet of total space, because they will have 3,600 above ground availability, which is the 0.3 FAR ratio, plus the 1,000 square foot basement space. So, and I'm not saying 1,000 is the number. I think it should be 1,000 or less, because looking at those lots that are there and looking at where that R6 is, those lots are pretty close. They've got to be about 10,000 square feet, given these ratios here. Actually, 3 of them are above 10,000 square feet, and 2 are just below 10,000 square feet, given that 0.3 ratio of FAR. So they're pretty close to the max lot size that an R6 can be. My concern is if we ever get an R6 that has a much smaller lot size, and we're allowing them to max out that space with a tremendous amount of subgrade space, I don't think that's appropriate. So I would make a suggestion of saying the 0.3 FAR stands for the R6 zone, and that we allow 750 square feet of basement space and a 500 square foot garage for the R6 for the new code for R6 zoning.
Let me ask, Rob, why would you have any exemptions? I mean, that wasn't the original intent of the homeowners coming forward. They were looking for some sort of equity in house sizes, they weren't looking for exemptions. Why would you add an exemption?
Well, I guess I'm working from the base of what's been presented to us from staff and P&Z regarding the 4,000 square foot basement. So I see your point. Maybe staff can answer why they've recommended a 4,000 square foot basement exemption.
Staff, is that a recommendation or is it just a statement of condition?
No, I think we probably should I should go over zoning again and talk about growth management again and floor area ratios, because I think there might be some confusion amongst the board about how we calculate floor area ratio, and then the current exemptions from zoning, and then the growth management exemption of 5750, because I think there's some confusion on the table on what we're recommending.
Yes.
So the R30 zone district has a 0.13 floor area ratio, and that 0.13 floor area ratio gives these numbers right here. And R6 has a 0.30 floor area ratio, and that gives these numbers right here.
Proposed.
That's how currently how the land use code is fashioned. Okay. Is that if we use the lot size as they are today with C23 through C27, we've got those numbers right there. And that's above grade. That's what someone can build above grade in those zone districts. And that's called FAR, floor area ratio. And the way the code is written currently today is that if you are a lot with a floor area ratio and you are within the urban growth boundary, there is also an exemption for 4,000 square feet of basement space. And in addition to that, there's also a 750 square foot garage that can be built, exempt from R30, R6 zoning. You can build those. Now, the two terms maybe that we're getting confused on is FAR and then gross floor area. And FAR gives you these numbers right here. The gross floor area is when you add FAR plus the basement exemption and the garage exemption. And then that gives you a totality of floor area that is whatever it is then. You get your FAR plus a 4,000 square foot subgrade space and a 750 square foot garage. The growth management exemption in the county is 5,750 square feet. And what that means is that whether you're in the urban area or the rural area, doesn't matter which one, if a residential structure goes over 5750, then transferable development rights need to be applied to the property or a growth management allocation. What staff was trying to do with this section right here was just give you, today, this is how it works. R30 works this way, R6 works this way, and this is what the zoning exemptions allow for. What the P&Z and staff recommended to the board after the P&Z hearing was that we felt that those exemptions were really big. That that 4,000 square foot subgrade space and the 750 square foot garage was very large on these small lots. So we said the gross floor area, that means basement, garages, and FAR, above grade space, be capped at 5750, so that there is no ability for someone to utilize a TDR on this property. There is no ability for someone to ask for a growth management allocation to go over 5750. And then we had the lot size discussion then too, but I think we're clear on that one. So what we're proposing is to amend the R6 zone district to cap gross floor area at 5,750 square feet. And if we do that, if we just went with staff's recommendation, the applicants would have the ability to build R6 right here, and then whatever is left over after you subtract out 5,750 could go into a basement or a garage. That's how we position this. And if we want to go less than 5,750 gross max, I mean, it's at the board's discretion on that one.
Yeah, that's what's actually led to confusion. So, George and then Rachel.
Yeah, I had a question prior to that. Any, on the existing properties, do they include subgrade, and if so, how much are those subgrades? Do we have that information?
Yeah, that's a good question. Those numbers are all existing FAR today. There is no true subgrade space on the ridge of Red Mountain, the lots we're talking about. They all, if there is subgrade, it's walkout and it's a walkout basement, and it counts towards the floor area ratio. So these numbers are true numbers of what's out there today.
Yeah, I mean, and to go back to the beginning of our investigation with Wendy, it was about sort of achieving equity with other house sizes in that particular area. There was not a discussion about gross floor area. And I'm sorry that it was introduced by staff, because it's led to some confusion. At least on my part, I was confused, and I think it's changed the issue now from a question of equity or fairness to something entirely different. And I'm not comfortable with that myself. Rachel?
Yeah, I appreciate your further detailed explanation on that, Mike. And similar to Michael, the fairness question is important, and eliminating the nonconformity so the homeowners can refinance or, take a home equity loan or things like that. Doing some rough math on the smallest and largest lots as demonstrated on the screen, the smallest lot under R6 at 2,754 with the new ratio, if it was rezoned R6, and you subtract that from the 5,750, leaves 2,996 square feet minus a 750 square foot garage, if you could fit it up there, still leaves 2,246 feet for a below-grade basement. And on the largest lot, 750 minus 3,358, the largest house, C23, potential, that comes down to then leaving 2,392 square feet of gross square foot available, of which 750 could be a garage, and then still leaving 1,642 square feet for a basement. So I guess I'm in agreement with the board that I think the 5,750 square foot gross max is too large for this area. Although I'm sure our P&Z and others were kind of looking for some level of consistency in numbers across our code, I just think that that's too much. And I haven't done a rough math to come up with what would be a reasonable number. On the one hand, I can take the 3,500 gross square footage number that George has thrown out and say, well, maybe. But on the other hand, if they were ever to try to pool their extra FAR to make one common garage zone or something, I don't know if they could do that. It wouldn't leave that much around the edges for anyone, or even some subgrade storage in a basement wouldn't leave that much. So I can see delineating what can be above grade and what can be below grade, and then going to a lower number overall than the 5,750.
John?
Yeah, I'm committed to the equity relative to size of home built. I'm committed to the solving the nonconformity issue. I'm not committed to any exemptions. I think this subgrade space is something that we shouldn't even allow after kind of sensing and thinking about this? And has Wendy left permanently, so we can ask her?
Wendy had to go pick up her daughter from school.
I understand. What I understand we're doing by changing what is R6 is we're creating a new R6. So I guess my question to staff, whether it's Michael or John Ely, is do we have to deal with this ratio 0.13, any numbers like that, or can we just set a gross square footage in an R6 zone district and be done with it? Because I think the most practical thing is to just solve the problem about equity and size instead of ratios and this and that. But what I need is kind of beyond my understanding of codes. Would we be creating problems somewhere else? I personally don't think the public out there comes in and says, well, we'd like to pick amongst zoning. Zoning is what it is, and I just don't see the practical nature of a 0.30, 0.13, talking about all this stuff.
The reason for floor area ratios, and they are primarily in the urban growth boundary. The rural area does not have floor area ratios. One can build 5750 or up to 15,000, whatever configuration they would like. But in the urban growth boundary, almost all our zone districts are floor area ratio districts, and the theory behind them is that from a visual standpoint, having a consistent above grade visible mass is important. And if you were to pick 5750, which you're probably not, but let's say 5750 were the number, if everyone would then build 5750 above grade, because that is what they do. Whatever maximum floor area they get above grade, that's what they will build.
Regardless of lot size.
Regardless.
Okay.
So the reason for FAR is to keep that from happening, because the idea being subgrade space doesn't add to mass, doesn't add to visibility.
Yeah, no, thank you. Excellent.
George.
Back to the fairness question, how this conversation first came to us. Wendy pointed to C25 as a comparison, which currently has 3257 versus C23, which is only 1952. And so what I had understood or interpreted from her request is the ability for these other homes to be able to get up to at least C25's level to make that a fair and equitable process. And through that discussion, we just threw out the idea, well, C25 is 3257. We sort of rounded it off. Maybe I'm not sure how that came up with, but we came up with 3,500. It seemed to be a reasonable way to address the fairness issue and still allow some of these other homeowners to add on a little space that they may need. And in fact, on C23, if you go to 3,500, you're actually able to add on another 1,548 square feet, which is pretty substantial addition. So I'm looking at just a total gross floor area limit of 3,500 square feet.
I'll support that.
The gross, meaning above grade and below grade, meaning that they could build all 3,500 above, or they could build all 3,500 below.
Yes. Rachel?
I can see the gross, but I'd like to keep the ratio in place as well, for the reasons that Lance has. I mean, to go to only a gross number would be a real big departure. I can see keeping the ratio and then having the gross as well.
Can I just clarify? But the question I asked Mike earlier was the largest home at 3257, that is gross and does not have any subgrade space anyway.
The 3358 is what the R6 zone district would allow for above grade. And then under what the P&Z and staff recommended was the gross 5750 cap. So in theory, one could build that 3358 above, and then whatever's left over of the 5750 could go below.
No, I understand.
But you're recommending that 3,500 gross above and below be the cap.
But I'm trying to clarify your statement you said earlier. I just want to clarify that the C-25 and actually all of these are gross, and they don't actually have any sub-area space.
The column on the right, is that what you're asking?
The existing.
Oh, existing, oh, yeah, none of them have subgrade. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong column.
And there are no garages currently, are there?
No garages out there.
But, to clarify, can I, under existing, and the existing zoning in R30, they could add theoretically 4,000 square feet of basement below. That is a right that they have now. Not that
That's
they
true.
would or could, or it really fits with that space. So I'm just suggesting I fully can live with the 3,500 gross suggested limit, but I think we should keep the ratio for above grade in place. The two work together. They don't contradict each other.
And
Yes, Rob?
And just to understand that, Rachel, what that would mean is the C-23 would be allowed 150 below grade.
That's all, exactly.
The C-24 would be allowed 900 below grade, or whatever that number is. The C-25 would allow 500 below grade, and so on and so forth. So the ratio, the sense behind that FAR ratio, which is conformity from the street's view of lot size to house ratio, or above ground square footage, stays intact. Okay, I understand you, Rachel. Michael, I do have a question about C-25. Is that still a non-conforming property in the sense that they're above the R6, and how do we handle, or do we handle or address that?
That's the stickler about this one, is that there is one lot that still would be non-conforming, and you picked it out. That's the one.
Yeah. Because they're at 3257 and they're only allowed 3041.
Rachel?
Yeah, and so Rob, on the C-23 lot, they could choose to only build 3,000 above grade and then have a 500 square foot basement.
Correct.
So it's not that they have to put it all above grade.
Just it maximizes the top.
And on C-25, at whatever point it is ever redeveloped, they would have to comply with the new code. They would, the nonconformity wouldn't be able to continue if there was construction, a demolition and reconstruction. So,
I like the proposals that's been put out by Rachel and George, I guess.
Jack?
Yeah, I think we accomplished the goals of equity, mortgage solutions, and keep that FAR element, because that's pretty significant, especially in this 5-lot little subdivision. Well, I mean, we were there. I don't have to say anything more. So I'm going to support the 3,500. This is a discretionary Board of County Commissioners action, and it's not my personal interest to give an extra square footage, whether it's, below or above grade, just for the sake of investment potential. They came here for reasons of equity and solutions to mortgage issues, and this 3,500 number didn't evolve out of a site visit. It evolved out of last meeting, because I have my notes. So I'm very comfortable with the 3,500, keeping the FAR issue.
Rob?
And I might point out, I'm not sure the process of this, in the sense that right now they're zoned R30. And these homeowners may be looking for their long-term redevelopment value. And we are, in essence, by making this code amendment and switching and rezoning this to R6, we are eliminating their gross square footage. For instance, C23 right now is allowed 5,444 square feet, even though 4,000 of it has to be below grade. And it will be allowed in the future, going forward, only 3,500 square feet, even though more will be allowed above grade. The applicant may, in choosing, in this decision, may say, and that's their right, I suppose, to say, we're withdrawing our application, we're going to stay R30 because we want more square footage, even if it's below grade. Just for the, for the sake of where we may go here, because we are, in essence, going to take away total square footage away from them.
The applicant isn't present, and so
Yeah.
once we pass this, the applicant can't withdraw.
Well, this is only first reading, so they could withdraw at second reading.
Yeah.
Since you'll be making a substantive change to a recommendation of a code amendment that came from the Planning and Zoning Commission, so this has to go back to the P&Z if you continue in this direction. So we are actually quite a way away from adopting this. If there's a motion that this should be 3,500 square feet gross with a .30 FAR, we will take that back to the Planning and Zoning Commission so they can make a recommendation to you on that. And we'll renotice this because it's changed so much.
Jack?
Yeah, a couple things. One, the applicant came in and asked for this, R6, and understood through the process of a previous meeting and kind of working with the site comments that were made that there was a direction. Number two, goes back to P&Z. P&Z makes recommendations, then it comes back to us. We do not have to follow their recommendations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it was my recollection that there never any discussion about preserving any rights to 4,000 square foot basement. It was about fairness and equity of existing structures that were up there. And I'm not reluctant to support this. I think it's the best example of what the commissioners can do, which is to address problems that citizens are having and try to figure out a solution. And I think the solution that we've arrived at of 3,500 with the preservation of the ratio is a very good solution, given that sort of odd neighborhood. So, is there a motion? Yes, Jack.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the R6 Zone District Land Use. Nope, I'm on the wrong. Let's go back. I'd like to withdraw that and offer a motion to approve the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning, first reading, continued public hearing, with the 3,500 square foot gross square footage and retaining, I think, the .30 ratio, FAR ratio.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Just procedurally, for me, for the second reading, I would like to see the R6 Zone District Land Use Code Amendment first in the order, and then the property second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just, Michael, now?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, which one are we handling now? Or we're handling
The first one.
Rezoning.
Number 5.
the ridge of the rezoning first, and then we're going to do the
Yeah.
code amendments? Okay.
I think staff agrees when I withdrew and moved, that I'm correct.
I got you.
based on your recommendation, and they'll comment on that, and then they can act, you can act next time.
Be sure to force them to watch this hearing on TV. So we'll let them know.
Might do.
The next item of business is the Charlie Mountain LLC activity on site plan review, designation to historic register with benefits, subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, and special review for a TDR receiver site. Glenn, do you need some time to set up?
No,
Do you have chart and not, last time, you can take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break.
You were looking for an excuse for a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fresh air.
It's about 4:30. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting for June 13th, 2012. We're at the land use public hearings, and we're at the Charlie Mountain LLC activity envelope. Michael, are you going to present this to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The applicant is Charlie Mountain LLC, and we have Glenn Horn here with the crew. And we're talking about 4100 and 4104 Snowmass Creek Road. The request is a long one. It's implicating two parcels, and it's for activity envelope, site plan, subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, special review for a TDR receiver site, special review for historic designation and incentives, and then a special review for a caretaker dwelling unit. So it's a large request. And basically, some background on this, we have two parcels, 4100 Snowmass Creek Road and 4104 Snowmass Creek Road. This is the old Ivy Paps Ranch, and both are approximately 35 acres each. This one, as we show here on an aerial from 2010, is 4100 Snowmass Creek Road, and you can kind of see this is where the existing residence is, about 2,000 square feet. And then next to it is 4104 Snowmass Creek Road, and there's an existing residence there also, and it's right here, and it's around 3,000 square feet. And there's one access that accesses both 4100 Snowmass Creek Road and then 4104. It's a shared driveway off Snowmass Creek Road. And what the applicant is requesting is, as I explained, to redevelop these two parcels. And the request is to also adjust lot lines. And the reason we're reviewing these at the same time is because Charlie Mountain LLC owns both lots. They were purchased recently. And it's going to be basically a ranch compound development. And we thought that it was a good idea to review this in a comprehensive fashion where we get to see both 4100 Snowmass Creek Road and then 4104 Snowmass Creek Road in a development scenario so we can understand what was going on. So first and foremost, I think we should go over what the new lot lines would be. And what the applicant is requesting is to, instead of having these vertical north and south lot lines, we'll basically have an east and west lot line. And I'm going to pan over now to this chart right here that Glenn put together for us. Basically, we'll create about a 35-acre parcel north and then a 35-acre parcel south. And the new parcel is labeled as Parcel A, and the southern parcel is labeled as Parcel B. And I also just want to clarify, too, this is not a subdivision request. These are legally created parcels that have growth management exemptions to construct residences on them. So this is in no way a subdivision, but Glenn correctly labeled these for ease as parcels A and B. And basically the request is to construct a single-family residence, a caretaker dwelling unit, and a barn on Parcel A. And on the southern parcel, Parcel B, the applicant is requesting to build an 8,250 square foot residence, a larger residence. And as we're talking about existing conditions, we pan back to the aerial photography here on this map. There's also a small, what's called a milking barn. And in the application you saw, the applicant hired Lisa Purdy to do an analysis on this milking barn that resides right here. But basically, it's an old barn that was used on the ranch for milking purposes, and is part of the agricultural operation that existed on the parcel at one time. And that is also part of this request. So with these two development scenarios, the applicant is requesting that there's the ability to build a residence on Parcel A, a caretaker dwelling unit, and then a barn on this parcel. The applicant's willing to deed restrict the free market residence, and the free market residence would be deed restricted to 4,310 square feet, with the ability to build a caretaker dwelling unit and then a barn. And that's a voluntary deed restriction on the applicant's part. And with this development scenario, the applicant's requesting to build an 8,250 square foot residence on Parcel B in this ranch compound area. And perhaps it's good. Where's that other one, Glenn, you had? Yeah. So this is the development scenario that they're proposing. A CDU here on parcel A, the barn would be located right here, and then the free market residence would be located right here. And on this parcel, parcel A, the total square footage is being voluntary deed restricted at 4,310 square feet. And parcel B would have is proposing to develop up to 8,250 square feet. And what the applicant is requesting is for us to consider designating the historic milking barn that's located on the southern part of 4104 Snowmass Creek Road. And with the adjusted lot lines, the milking barn is located on parcel B. And basically it's a 290 square foot milking barn, and the applicant's requesting that with historic designation that we then, at our discretion, allocate 2,500 square feet to the larger residence on parcel B. So that's the development scenario and what we're looking at in the proposal as far as this ranch compound right here for parcel A and parcel B.
Is this a good point to ask a question on the...
Sure, go ahead.
On parcel A, the total square footage they're limiting to is 4,310 square feet. That includes the CDU and the deed-restricted house?
That would, yes.
And what do you mean when you say that the house will be deed-restricted?
What the applicant is basically throwing in as an incentive, basically to approve this application, is that on parcel A in the rural area in Pickett County, they could build up to 5750. That's just rural standard zoning in the county. They are offering to deed restrict and limit the floor area on parcel A to 4,310 square feet. That's what they're throwing out to us as an offer. And on parcel B, then, they would ask for the larger residence through historic designation or the use of a TDR, and we'll get into that in a minute.
Okay, thanks.
So that's a development scenario, and staff has gone over activity envelope and site plan, and basically the applicant has avoided the constraints that we're concerned about. They're not located on steep slopes. We're 100 feet away from Snowmass Creek. We are not allowing development in the floodplain. There's a scenic view plane as designated from Watson Divide Road, and also Snowmass Creek Road is a scenic view corridor. And this development scenario actually accomplishes a lot of what we're looking for in the scenic view protection area standards in the code. The staff's comfortable with the way this is cited. To move to the historic designation, I put a letter on your chairs or on your desk right in front of you. At the time of the development review, the time staff was writing the staff memo, we didn't have formal comments from Susanna Reed, and we just got those yesterday. And I put them on your desk so that you could take a look at them. But I don't know if you want to read them right now, but I could summarize what she said.
Please do.
Okay. The summary is that Susanna Reed agrees with the Lisa Purdy analysis and the historic nature of the milking barn and the connection with the agricultural operation on the ranch. And Susanna Reed is recommending that we designate the milking barn as a historic resource on our register. And staff agrees with that analysis. However, staff feels that the amount of floor area that the applicant's requesting is not proportional to the historic resource that's being proposed. We certainly acknowledge that the milking barn is historic and does have a connection to it, but staff doesn't agree with the amount of floor area that the applicant is requesting. And staff is instead recommending that we review this under the special review for a TDR receiver site, and the applicant be required to then purchase that TDR and land it on the site. So that's staff's recommendation with that.
Yes, Rich.
Thank you, Michael. You know, I have a great respect for our historic preservation officer and her knowledge, but I have to say for the record, I have raised this concern before, and I'm just not sure where it lies within our code, but I've been under the impression we are asking the historic preservation officer to evaluate the historic significance of any individual structure or artifact or whatever within our community and whether it would be eligible for designation, but not to then weigh in on what would be the appropriate incentives for this board to offer or not. And this came up on something 2 or 3 years ago, and I raised that question, is that their role to make a recommendation? They do not have to weigh the impacts to other neighbors of the TDR receiving sites. If a TDR is given, this TDR is going to theoretically be used up on the same site. But I still find it inappropriate. They do not have to weigh the integrity of the entire TDR program. And again, this is a little unique because you're proposing to use it on your site. But I'm not sure where the boundaries are of what we ask from our historic preservation officer. And I don't want to set that ongoing precedent of saying we want you to determine what is or is not an appropriate incentive. Her goal is a little more narrow and focused, and that is historic preservation of every last twig and stick that we can find in this county, as opposed to looking at the broader implications of the TDR program. Secondly, and somewhat related to that, but I have frequently requested that we get some sort of idea how many different barns and structures and things are out in Pickens County that may be requesting a TDR at some point in the future. It gets really hard to weigh. The TDR program was originally created for preservation of wildlife habitat, rural and remote, these sort of things. We've added constrained site to that list of potential applications of TDR, and then because we wanted an incentive-based historic designation program rather than any sort of compulsory or mandatory program, a potential of a TDR was added to that. We've done a lot of work to integrate what other potential lands may be preserved in the future and may, bank on TDRs as part of that incentive program. We see that annually with the TDR report, but we have never integrated the potential numbers that are out there for use of TDRs for historic preservation incentives. And so I do think it can at times be an appropriate incentive, but it gets harder and harder for me to make this decision until we finally have some sort of inventory or some sort of rough estimate of how many remaining structures are out there that we may want a TDR for.
Well, Rachel, are you addressing that to us? Because staff really can't do much about the two things that you're suggesting.
Well, I'm addressing it to
those
both
are directions
parties.
that we would have to give staff. So you must be addressing it to us.
I guess the questions are for staff, and the direction is to the board that these are my concerns.
So, yes, George.
Yeah, I agree fully with Rachel. And,
on which issue? On both issues?
On both issues. And, the historic preservation officer, her job is to look at buildings and structures and pieces of rock and determine their significance for historic designation. Her role is not to then determine what that is worth in terms of a land use application. And I think it's another work session for us to talk about because it begs the question, historic incentives are also supposed to be for public benefit. And I think we've erred in the past in terms of giving some TDRs to preserve or stabilize some historic structures that, frankly, the public will never, ever see. And when I think about historic preservation and for public benefit, I think about areas and structures like Independence Ghost Town and the Ashcroft Ghost Town and the Emmett Town site and some of our Victorians that are very prominent right off the road that are very visible that the public can really enjoy and see. In this case, frankly, this barn is not clearly visible. If you're traveling in the car, you have to take a quick look to go look at this barn through the meadow. So that's another discussion we should have. But my question, though, if we were to consider this, which I really don't support at this point, but if we were to consider this, what would the use of this barn be? Because that's another question we're struggling with another application where we've asked for, not have asked for, as part of the land use approval process, we've said that these particular structures have to be restored and stabilized, and now all of a sudden we haven't really qualified, but then what can they be used for? So once this barn is restored and stabilized, does that mean that becomes another dwelling unit, another guest house? And again, that's a question that we're struggling with now, and so I'm just curious what the future use is envisioned for this barn if it's going to be restored and stabilized.
We can certainly ask the applicant when it's his turn to speak to talk about the future use and what would happen.
So, Jack?
Yeah, probably ask them to concur with and George, and even go beyond what they're talking about. So I'll repeat the aspects they did. Except to say, I think George's right, work session, try to get our hands around what this means. But I think there's also a bigger question, and I agree that we have possibly made some errors with TDRs and historic structures in the past. And I say that from the perspective of sitting here for, in my 12th year as a commissioner. I'm really concerned about the overall TDR program, how many TDRs we generate, and then guess what, where they land. And it's all in the urban growth boundary. Basically that's what we're talking about. Certainly there are other applications in rural areas, but the majority of these, for square footage, development right, et cetera, have to be within the urban growth boundary. So I'm very concerned about our approach about historic TDRs and even forgetting what we've done in the past. I'm willing to definitely have a work session to get to the, some new direction on this, because I think we've got to really start limiting our application of TDRs to historic sites unless there can actually be some physical interaction with that historic property so we can benefit from it more than I'm going to drive by and wave at it while I'm biking or driving by,
So to Rachel's first issue, if the last sentence of this letter was not in this document, based on the documented history of the building, its relationship to the broad themes of our history and its integrity, I do feel that the request for one TDR as a benefit for the preservation of the building is appropriate. Would that have been left off? Would that have been satisfactory?
Correct.
Okay.
I think it just went a step too far.
So, yes, Lance.
And just for the
Give him a
record,
microphone.
The record, staff totally concurs. This is not something we need to dwell on. We intend to have that discussion. This came too late for us to get it rewritten. It came yesterday, as you saw.
So there's broad agreement that the function of the historic officer is to interpret historic viability, not to interpret its value in terms of compensation in the land use code. So both staff and the board, Rob, you agree?
I agree.
Okay. The second issue is a much broader issue of where we are on TDRs and historic structures and the compensation for that. So that's something we can't address at this hearing, unless you want to delay this hearing and put it off until we have that discussion.
No, I just won't.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. So that desire to have that discussion is so noted by the staff? Yes? Phyllis? Yes? Okay. So now we'll continue. Are you finished with your presentation?
No, I need to add a couple more things to information on the request for the historic structure and the TDR request. So what Glenn was asking was to designate the milking barn as historic and then get an allocation for 2,500 square feet for the big house on parcel B. And Glenn acknowledged that if the board was not amenable to designating the historic milking barn to the register, that special review for a TDR receiver site would then also be requested. So that's what we have in the staff memo is we felt that it was not worthy of the amount of floor area that they were asking for, although it is historic. It was not worthy for the amount of floor area that he was asking for, and that we also then reviewed the request for TDR for parcel B. So that's what staff evaluated, and that's what staff's recommending. What Glenn also added prior to the hearing was that there was a Snowmass Capital Caucus meeting, and Glenn and the caucus, and we can let him explain further, made a deal that if the caucus did not recommend to build the additional floor area on parcel B subgrade space, that he would then voluntarily designate the milking barn on the historic register. So typically what we hear from the Snowmass Capital Caucus is that if the TDR is going to be landed in the caucus area, that floor area should go subgrade, so we don't have to see it. But Glenn and the caucus agreed that if the recommendation was to say that you don't have to put it subgrade, that then they would designate that milking barn to the historic register. So that's something we can let Glenn explain when he's ready to speak. So that just add that in the next discussion.
Any questions?
Yeah, can I clarify that? The master plan for the Snowmass Gap Caucus now limits the building size to 8250. But in that master plan, did they specifically say that that extra 2,500 feet have to be subgrade or not?
There is a sentence in the master plan that acknowledges that if TDRs are landed, that it should go subgrade space. There is acknowledgement in the master plan.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the clarification is it's not in the land use code, it's only in the master plan.
Right, I understand.
So I'm a little confused on the deal that Snowmass Capital Creek Caucus and Glenn arrived at. Could you repeat that?
I think we should let Glenn repeat it.
Okay.
Or explain it.
Okay.
That was just how it was explained to me.
Okay. So are you finished with your presentation?
Other than the staff recommendation is that we asked the commissioners to make a finding that the milking barn does have historical significance. It's not sufficiently significant to justify the floor area. We further recommend that the Board of County Commissioners adopt and approve the development plan then in the code section cited.
And do you have any gradation of that recommendation of the historic milking barn? Whether if it's not worth 2,500 square feet, is it worth 10 square feet? What is it worth?
I don't have a recommendation on that. I think it would be at the board's discretion.
Okay.
Let's look at that.
Yes, Jack, do you have any questions?
Well, Mike, before
Okay.
it goes, Mike, this is an application, I think it's well thought out, et cetera, but I am concerned about the scenic elements of this and the transition going from what exists, okay, and what is proposed, and, it's proposed. And I'm just wondering if there's, two sections of the code under 720-120D. Section 2 talks about avoiding a couple times, and then Section 3 says maximum extent practicable. And my question to you is, as far as this extra square footage, the proposal would potentially go through special review for TDR, and what George said, and reminded us that was in the master plan. Do we have the discretion to say that square footage has to be below grade?
You do.
Yeah. And I have no direction personally at the moment. I want to hear all of this, but I want to make sure where I was starting. Thank you.
Any further questions for staff at this point? Glenn, are you ready to make your presentation?
Sure. Yes. So thank you. My name is Glenn Horn, and I represent the applicant. It's an entity, Charlie Mountain LLC, and the entity is controlled by Ben Will and his family. So it's just an ownership entity for legal purposes. We're dealing with the Will family,
and Ben Will is the head of the family that we've been working with. Bart Johnson's here. Bart is the attorney that represents Ben and the ownership entity. And also present are Larry Pearson right there and Greg Matthews. These guys are architects. They're from Bozeman, Montana. And their specialization in what they do is to build new buildings that look like they're old once they're built. They use old materials, recycled, reused materials so that you create kind of a real ranch-style, ranch-look new house. And that's what we're trying to achieve on this property. And let me just say that when we started on this project, there were several goals that we were trying to accomplish. We were trying to put together the very best package that we could, a comprehensive package for 2 properties, taking into consideration all of these different county values that come into play: scenic, wildlife, historic, agricultural preservation, really, all of the different goals and objectives of the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus and the Down Valley Plan that you're very familiar with come together on this property. And it was really a great experience for me and Bart to have a property owner and a client who's new to this area who really listened to our advice in terms of how to develop this property. It's unusual that we get to work with someone that actually listens when we explain to him what the values of the community are, and particularly the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. So some of those goals that we considered was related to this homestead. It's the William H. Stigger Homestead. It was first established in the 1880s, and it was a very large ranch at one point. It was once owned by Harold Shorty Papps, who was the mayor of Aspen. And this ranch goes, at one time, it went all along the Snowmass Creek Valley floor. It included the Deaf Camp, which it was gifted by the Papps family to the Deaf Camp. It included the Windstar Mesa that was sold to John Denver to establish Windstar. And then it went over that mesa and encompassed all of the Lazy O Ranch. So this was quite a ranch at one time. And these 70 acres that Ivy was living on were the last remains of the ranch. And as Mike said, it was divided into 2 35-acre tracts. And if you take a look at this map right here, it kind of gives you a lowdown on what's going on. From the entrance right here, it's about 4 miles back to the intersection of Snowmass and Capitol Creek Roads. This is a little over a mile from Watson Divide. It's very scenic, and it's visible up on Watson Divide. You can barely make out Harold Papp's old house right here and the house where Ivy was living right here from Watson Divide, but you can see it. The houses are slightly visible from Snowmass Creek Road. One of the nice things about this property is that along the road here, and you really can't see it in this photo, but right in here you can see there's heavy vegetation right here, which would be a lot of aspen, there's a lot of gamble oak, and there's a lot of serviceberry. So even in the winter, when you're going up the road in this direction, up valley, and you look across like this, it's really hard to see this house here and this house there. These sheds that are right along the road are visible when you're right about here. But you can see that it opens up a little bit here once you get past the driveway in that upper meadow. And this is irrigated as well as these meadows in here, but you can see all of these stands of trees and the screening it provides. Another important consideration is, if you look, this is where Shorty's old house is. It sits about 600 feet from the road, and all of this is sage, gamble oak, and serviceberry. And another thing that you need to keep in mind, which is really a great benefit to the site, and I think it was what drove Shorty Papps to locate his house right here, is that there's a distinct elevation drop right about here, where this sits down about 10 feet below this area here and this pasture. Consequently, this house right here is virtually invisible as it currently sits from Snowmass Creek Road. And one of the things that we were thinking about, one of the goals that we had, was that we wanted to kind of replicate, if we could, the development pattern on the site. And to Ben's credit, the original site that we were looking at for the main house was up in this area right here. And I took Mike out there. I also took Ben and Larry out there and said, you know, that would be the ideal site in this area for a house. But it would also be really visible from the road and way more visible from Watson Divide, which is the designated scenic view plane. And it's not just a view corridor like Snowmass Creek, but Watson Divide is one of those higher designations on the zoning map and in the county master plan. So it's an important view. And it's kind of neat that this house sits down low and isn't too visible either from the road or up there on Watson Divide. So we went back to Ben and we said it would be good to kind of stick to these existing locations in terms of where we locate houses, and he was totally okay with it. And Greg and Larry kind of ran with that idea too and said, what if we take an approach where we put a good portion of the house down low, but then have some of it up above, and I'll show you in the site plan how that works, but that is the concept that we had. Other considerations included cleaning up the property in general, because over the more than 100 years that this was a working ranch, like a lot of ranches, you tend to accumulate a lot of different materials, old fencing, old fence posts, old plows, old wagons and trucks. These things were all out there. So one of the things that we did is clean up the appearance of the property from the road, so it is more attractive. Maybe less, old ranch-like, but it does appear to be a lot cleaner from the road. One of the things that we were taking into consideration in terms of our goals was the recommendations of the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus and the code with respect to the rural site planning guidelines in terms of clustering, trying to cluster development as much as possible, trying to be away from the road, and of course consideration of wildlife impacts. We hired Jonathan Lowski to study this property, and he did that in conjunction with a few site visits with Kevin Wright. And the reason why this was important, because if you take a look at this photo that Mike has, this area right here, this is the entrance into Wildcat. You can see those are south-facing slopes there, and it's critical winter habitat. So one of the things that I was concerned about in terms of redeveloping here would be what would be the impact of developing here on this wildlife over there. And Kevin and Jonathan looked at it, and they felt comfortable with this location. In fact, they said that this habitat is less critical than it used to be because a big house got built over here in Wildcat, and consequently the importance of this winter range in that area is not as much as it used to be because there was a change in the pattern of the deer and elk that wintered on that ridge. And based upon that, and also the declining nature of the plant material in here, they felt it was okay, and in fact preferred to locate in this existing area here and over there, which was the same recommendation that the county planning staff had. So we went ahead and followed that lead. So with respect to this lot line adjustment, which I wanted to talk about first, you see there's the existing lot line, which runs north-south. And one of the things that was important to us is when you look from where these houses are up valley to the south, there are great views of Garrett Peak and Mount Baldy, as you might expect, that are at the head of the valley. So we wanted to maintain those views, but also try to hide our house as much as we could so that people didn't have to look at the house. So what led to this lot line configuration right there was we wanted to get a ranch compound sort of development, which is one of the preferred rural development strategies in the scenic view protection standards of the code. There are a few different options that you can follow, and that was the one that we were trying to pursue. And when we put the lot line like this, what that allowed us to do is cluster housing right in here where there's existing development, where the setbacks in the zone from that lot line establish the proximity of the houses. And then Larry, Greg, and I set the houses in as close as possible based upon those setbacks, and it ended up being, what, about 80 feet apart? And which ended up being a nice relationship from walking from one house to the next to the barn. And if you take a look, this is how that site plan shook out, in that you have this lot line there. You see that is this line. If you put these, it might be easier to look at it like that. And what we were able to do is this house here sits predominantly, I'd say everything from right around here to the right, sits down in that lower bench about 10 feet below this elevation where Shorty Pap's house was for years and years, since the early 60s. So what we tried to do here is have an entry level up on this top level where it's one story right there, and then it steps down into that lower bowl on that lower bench, which is nice because it's hidden and it's also proximate to the creek. It's 100 feet from the creek, so you're not disturbing the agricultural operation at all, and you have a one story on the top, and then it steps down to 2 stories. And we ended up using these setbacks to create this relationship between this main house and then what will be the second family house for kids, grandkids on the property. And it's 80 feet from here to here. And then the next idea, which Greg and Larry had, was to split the road right here, where one driveway comes in here, another driveway goes to this upper level here where the second house is. Right now, the current driveway goes right through here down on the lower level. And we took this whole area in here and made it kind of like a natural vegetated area with wild grasses and paths between the 2 houses and the barn. So we've kind of removed the automobile from that whole lower level, and we get this family compound down here, which the Grills were seeking. So the other thing that we did was rebuilt the caretaker dwelling unit in this location, right where Ivy's house was and is right now. There are a few scattered sheds and barns over here. If you can see them, those will all be removed to clean up, what you see right from the road. So all you'll see is this caretaker dwelling unit here. And as I said before, with the design that Larry and Greg have, and you can see it in the elevations, everything is using old materials that's quite rustic looking, that fits in with the character of the Snowmass Creek Valley. And the agricultural lands will continue to be irrigated. With respect to floor area, Parcel A is going to be limited to 4,310 square feet. This house here will be 2,310. This one would be 1,000 square feet, so we're at 3,310 is what we're proposing right now. And Ben asked that we have the capability to have an addition at some point, so that's why we set the limit at 4,310. And in my discussions with the caucus, the deal we made, it wasn't really a deal. What we were trying to do was offer the very best project we could to the caucus, because we wanted to obtain their favorable approval of the project and their recommendation of approval. So one of the things which we said to the caucus is, if that 1,000 square foot addition was ever made, and I don't know whether you put this as a condition, but it's a commitment of ours, that 1,000 square feet would be added to the main house on parcel A, and it would not be a detached structure or a detached building somewhere on the property, because this location is so good in that it's 600 feet from the road and screened by a lot of natural vegetation. So that is a commitment of this application that if that 1,000 square feet is ever added, it would be on attached to this house here. The barn is part of our agricultural exemption. It's about 1,800 square feet, but the residential will always be limited through a deed restriction of 4,310 on parcel A. So then when you get over here to parcel B, as I said, there are some great elevations that you can look at in the attachments. But this upper portion will be 1 story, and then it drops down into the bowl, and you'll have 2 stories in the bowl, but it'll always read as a 1-story house. And this gets to what was very important to Ben, and is still very important to Ben and the Gwill family, is the caucus master plan says that if you go to 8250, unless you have an exceptional project that's really well done, that additional 2,500 square feet would be subgrade. So what we were trying to do, and the reason why we made all this effort, and the thing that is really most important to the Gwill family, is that this additional 2,500 square feet be above grade, because they don't want it to be basement space. But the beauty of this property is the way the topography works and the way it drops off to where the old Pap's house was right here, is the whole lower level is not going to be visible from the road at all, and it will function as if it's basement space from a public perspective. So that was a very important part of our proposal, and that's where this whole idea about the Stigger homestead came about, and why we threw the historic designation in that Ben said to Bart and I, and Ben and Greg, is that he liked the old shed that was down there. We didn't really know whether it had any value or not, and he said that he wanted to preserve this old milking barn because he thought it might be a nice place to go in the summer and have a picnic or something, and he just liked the old barn. He doesn't really have any plan for how it would be used, other than he said, I'd like to restore this because it's kind of a cool old building, and that's where it came from. So I said that we could get Susanna down there to take a look at it to see whether it would be worthwhile, and we could have Lisa Purdy take a look at it. So we did, and Lisa did the usual extensive research that she does about homesteads, and found out that Stigger acquired this land under the Homestead Act, and sometime around the turn of the century, it wasn't 1893 as originally suggested by Lisa. She just got some information from the National Archives yesterday, and she ordered it months ago, but it came in. But it showed that this milking barn was probably built right around the turn of the century, not in 1893. But according to Lisa and Susanna, it's a worthy structure for designation. Unlike some structures that you have designated on ranches where they can't even be seen from the road, this could be seen from the road right here. There is a place where you can pull off. It would be kind of like right at this corner and take a look at it. Ben said he'd be willing, put up some kind of interpretive plaque, so if people are riding their bikes or going by, they could stop and look. And you can see it from the road. It's not a super special structure and homestead, because the original house is no longer intact. The remains of the house are right here, and you can see the foundation. But both Susanna and Lisa said it would be way more worthy and valuable if the original house was there. So what I want to make clear is, regardless of what you do with respect to the incentive, and I think the nomenclature that we've been talking about is actually wrong, and we even wrote it wrong in the application, is we're not really asking for a TDR. The code says that there's a list of incentives, and they throw some examples out. And one of the examples would be a growth management exemption. So in a sense, I think what we're asking as an incentive would be for you to award a growth management exemption of additional floor area for this house right here, should you feel that it's worthy. you may not feel that it is, but regardless of what you feel, we told the caucus, because we wanted to have the best package possible, that whether there's an incentive or not, we're going to designate this barn if the board feels that it's worthy. And we feel that it's valuable enough to have this great package, this great application put together, and not be required to have subgrade space would be a reward enough for the applicant. And if you felt that you wanted to award additional floor area, that would be a bonus over and above. But what we're trying to do is put the best package together that is consistent with the caucus plan, consistent with the Down Valley plan, and complies with the code. So that's what we did. The caucus felt that it was a good proposal. They wanted the barn to be designated, and they said that they didn't feel that a TDR or additional floor area should be awarded because they thought, and this is what their referral comment says, that there are other agricultural buildings in the Snowmass Creek Valley that are probably worthy of designation, and that they didn't think that designating an agricultural building alone was enough to be awarded additional floor area, TDR. So we're fine with that. You know, we'd love for you to award an incentive additional floor area, but if you don't, that doesn't mean that we don't want to designate the barn or the milking barn. We still think it's valid and it's part of our proposal no matter what you do, because what is really important to us is this idea of not putting the additional 2,500 square feet in the basement. We think we have a great spot for it and that it's not visible, but that is the proposal. And, you know, we think it's a good project. We hope that you approve it as we've presented it. And before I give up the floor, what I'd like to do is ask Larry, Greg, or Bart if there's anything you want to add that I might have missed or that you feel is important for the board to consider.
Well, I'll just add maybe one comment.
Microphone.
As a regard to this.
And you are?
I'm Larry Pearson, and no, I do think you did a great job of representing the concept of what we're talking about. The one thing which I would maybe kind of clarify is that this is effectively a sloping site that we're working on because it drops down into this kind of lower bench. And what we've done is we've kind of towed in this lower floor into that bench. So if there's any appraisers in the room, they would actually still call it a basement space because it is actually towed into the hillside below the house. So I know that it's all nomenclature, but even though it has windows on one face of it and a few selective windows on another face of it, 3/4 of it's towed into the hillside. So it effectively acts as a basement. And I just ran into that experience with an appraiser recently that says it's a basement, it's below it, it's into the hill, even if it's considered, maybe we might refer to it as a daylighted basement. It is in effect below the house and built into the hill. That was the only comment that I was going to kind of add to that clarification.
Any further comments? Yes, Bart?
I'm going to just make a few comments. Take this. I wanted to follow up on a couple things that Glenn said, if you'll bear with me for a second. One, Glenn mentioned this early, and I'd like to reemphasize it because it so impressed me in Glenn is these two properties, there's a lot of ways to screw them up. And a lot of clients that Glenn and I have worked with in the past would have been pushing for ways that would have screwed them up and would have not been very sensitive to neighbors. And this client was very responsive in ways that it's difficult to convey all the different ways, but we spent a lot of time walking around the site with the client looking at different home sites. And there are places where the views to Snowmass Mountain are spectacular. There are places where the views of other peaks are better on this site. There are places where the river's prettier. But if you listen to the code and listen to the comprehensive plan and take into account, the views from Watson Divide, trying to stay away from Snowmass Creek, you end up with
kind of all these compromises, and you end up with this site, and our client was so cooperative in understanding that kind of stuff and not saying, no, I don't care, I want to see the best view, and I don't care if I'm blocking the neighbor's view, and that kind of stuff. And he was great to work with, and I wanted to emphasize that and give him credit for it. George, you had a question about what the milking barn might become and what it, about a concern that it could be habitable space or morph into something that is just totally inconsistent with its historic character. And I want to make it clear, and we can put conditions in if there was any concern about that. And I'm talking about whether or not you give an incentive for it. Because as Glenn mentioned, the caucus has an expectation that barn will be preserved, and we want to honor that even if you don't give us any credit for it as far as floor area goes. But it would not be, there's no intent that it would be habitable. It would be a nice destination to walk down the creek to and have a picnic, or have some friends over and walk down there and hang out for a while, maybe have a campfire and then walk back up to the house. But there's no intention that it would be habitable space or something like that. I wanted to clarify that. And finally, I think we may all understand at this point kind of what the issues are with the milking barn, but I wanted to make sure it's kind of clear. Our preference is to get an incentive for designating the barn in the form of floor area that would serve in lieu of a TDR, so that we wouldn't have to buy a TDR. I'll let these visitors clear out here. But even if you weren't willing to give the incentive, we would be willing to buy the TDR and participate in your TDR program. And I wanted to make sure that was clear, that Plan B, though not our preference, is okay with us, which would be to buy the TDR. And I think Larry did a good job of explaining how the space that we're talking about, the lower floor of this home, which is about the 2,500 square feet we're talking about, even though not technically basement space, functions in much the way of basement space. And certainly from all the publicly visible areas, the home would read as a one-story home, and you wouldn't be able to see that lower elevation. And if you look at attachment 11 in the application, that's the home elevations, and it really does a good job of showing how the elevations fall away and how the home is tucked down in the bench and towed into the slope. And I think that those elevations do a really good job of explaining that issue. Thanks, Glenn.
I was just going to add one thing. It's a coincidence, actually, but the way the floor area worked out was we've got 3,310 square feet of residential floor area on parcel A, and 8,190 square feet of floor area on parcel B. And it works out where that's a total of 11,500 square feet of floor area, and which is, if you look at 2 times 5750, that's the way it ended up. And it wasn't planned, but that's the way it worked out. And then there would be this potential for 1,000 square feet in the future, and there's no plan to build that. But anyway, that's the way the floor area works out.
Yeah, just a clarification. I think Bart may have answered it, but just to clarify, to gain an additional 2,500 square feet for the home, what you're asking for is either as an incentive for the historic designation, restoration, and stabilization of the milk barn, or a growth management exemption, or a purchase of TDR. I'm lost in terms of the growth management exemption. Maybe staff can.
You see, the way the code sets up is a growth management exemption could be additional floor area. It's all kind of nomenclature, but what we need is an additional 2,500 square feet to make this project work, and that happens to be what a TDR is. We planned that part, that we would go and get another 2,500 square feet. So if you don't award through a growth management exemption additional floor area, then we're fine with buying the TDR. And the caucus has asked that we buy it, in the Snowmass Capitol Creek area, and we'll certainly make that our first place we shop. And if we can find one there that's in the market range, that's where we're going to buy it, because it benefits the caucus area the most.
So just a quick follow-up, but maybe for staff to answer this. So staff did not recommend the incentive for the historic barn. And you have to remind me, did you recommend the growth management exemption as an incentive versus the purchase of a TDR, and if so, why?
Our recommendation is that we did not recommend that an incentive be granted for the additional floor area, but what we did recommend was approval for a TDR to be landed on the site.
Okay. Thanks.
As did the caucus.
Yeah,
That
all right,
would
thank
be
you.
one that we buy.
Rachel?
Thank you. Thank you for the thorough explanation of the proposal. I have one question for you, Glenn, at least one. Can you, if you have a pointer, point out what would the activity envelope around the residential structures be?
Okay, so here's where it begins, and it goes around like this, over to the edge of the creek, where it's 100 feet away, and then it cuts back to this line here. So that would be the activity envelope on parcel B, and it really encompasses the driveway here, the house, the yard here. There's a little picnic shelter right there, and then all of the landscaping that would go in that. We have a full landscape plan in the plan. And then on parcel B, this line here is the what would be the southerly edge of the activity envelope, and it comes along here. It encompasses the septic system, and one of the things about having this cluster, we can have one septic system to serve all of these buildings there. Then it cuts over to the creek right here at 100 feet and goes to the property line. So it's really just this developed area. Over here, the activity envelope encompasses the driveway, the CDU. There'll be a separate septic system for the CDU, and there'll be a well there.
Okay. Thank you. And then after, should this project go forward, after it's built, there would be no additional exempt floor area for a basement or anything like that? I mean, a true basement, not the...
Well, what we're saying is that everything's done on parcel B. There's no more residential floor area possible. And on parcel A, there would be the potential for an additional 1,000 square feet of floor area.
Above grade.
However the county defines it, in association with this structure, and it must be attached to that structure because of the visibility considerations.
Okay, thank you. I have comments, but I'm not sure if others have questions.
Glenn, you mentioned that the two houses would share a septic system. Those two houses are on different lots, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We would create an easement that goes from the main house here across parcel A to the septic system. That's the septic system right there. You can see it. And we just thought it'd be best to have one system for both houses and the barn if there's a sink or a toilet in the barn. And we'll have an easement to get there. And
I don't quite understand how that works, because if the lots could be sold separately, right?
And, we explained that to Ben, that it would make it harder to sell these lots separately with a shared septic system like that. And we said, you may want to have individual septic systems, and he said that wasn't his preference. He didn't envision selling these separately, and if it ever was sold separately, that would just be a wart on the property, that someone would have to deal with, because he doesn't envision that they're going to be split up.
Okay. Any further questions? Rob, Jack, George? Rachel?
Well, if you're ready for comments, I cannot support the historic designation incentive or GMQS additional floor area. You know, particularly it is, in my opinion, rewards that should be for items of more significance, particularly a collection or assemblage of ranch parcels, ranch outbuildings, ranch houses. I think the commitment that you've made to the caucus to restore or stabilize, perhaps, I don't want to use the wrong term, stabilize and then maintain to make sure it doesn't fall down in the future, should be a condition of approval. And I can support the special review for this to be a landing site for a TDR to be purchased from the caucus area. It is a well thought out land use proposal, and looking at the property lines as they were versus these new property line adjustments, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's not allowing development to occur in areas where it would not have been able to occur were there not a lot line adjustment. I support the concept of having the interpretive plaque, and so, you know, basically I'm supportive of allowing the plans as they are laid forward to proceed, but I do think the purchase of a TDR is going to be a necessary component for me.
Jack?
Thank you. Couple things. Mike, in your memo, you talk about an anomaly. Is that a man-made anomaly? Is that what it amounts to on the site under on page 3 of our memo? An anomaly relative to slopes?
Yeah, right. The anomaly is that it basically is just like a little hill.
Is that what you all been talking about?
Yeah, where they benched down and where the house is proposed on B and A. But basically, yeah, it's a very small, just little hill that is an anomaly in the flat area where this valley is.
Okay. Glenn, you talked about working with Kevin Wright, Parks and Wildlife. You indicated that it was a considerable distance from the home site to where I don't know if it was just winter range or severe winter range, but does that amount to at least 1,300 linear feet, quarter-mile zone of disturbance?
Yeah, I can't tell you without looking at the report the exact distance. There are the zones of influence that Jonathan prepared in his maps, but the upshot of the analysis was that we meet the code requirements as well as Kevin's requirements with respect to the separation from the winter range, which is over in here, and that he was comfortable with the proposal. And we were worried in the beginning that that separation was going to force us over by the road where we didn't want to be, and probably where it would be less acceptable to the community. But we met Kevin's requirements, and he recommended approval of the land use concept.
Okay, and as far as the scenic review, there are two criteria, scenic view plane and scenic corridor.
Right.
Why don't you address those for us, the difference, and is there any significance of one over the other?
Well, when you crest Watson Divide, as you well know, it's like one of the best views anywhere in the world that you're going to seek. And you look, the thing that first catches your eye is that Elk Mountain Ridge that goes, all the way across the Capitol Creek Valley from Sopris across towards Daly and Capitol. And, that's what I think is the primary view plane. However, the view plane doesn't differentiate between that view and the one up the Snowmass Creek Valley, which is pretty darn good as well. And when you look up the Snowmass Creek Valley, you can see Baldy and Garrett at the head of the valley, and then the valley floor is also beautiful. And so from that view plane, like kind of in the foreground of Garrett and Baldy, as you're looking like in this direction, and you're looking up towards Garrett and Baldy up here, the valley floor is really quite nice. And so that was what led Mike to suggest to us, don't go in this area right here and start a whole new area of disturbance. Try to stick with this area right here where Shorty Pap's house was, because it sits down low, and when you look at from Watson Divide, you can't see it very well. So that was the scenic view plane as opposed to the scenic view protection corridor, and that is what led us here. Even though this isn't the prominent big view, it is in the foreground that you see. Now, in terms of the scenic view protection, we're really lucky because you can see all this vegetation here. As I said, it really does a lot of screening. And then when you get past the driveway here, there are cottonwoods and aspens along this road, but it's not thick like this. And there's a little hill right about here, and it's at this hill right there on the road where you're going to pick up your biggest view back this way. But fortunately, in this big stretch from here to here, it's just this one area here where you pick up the view back towards this house, and that's where you're going to see this portion of the house here. And in my view, because of the distance, 600 feet away, and because of this topographic change that Larry described, it's probably acceptable and consistent with the standards that you get that glimpse right in this location on the high spot on the road. Fortunately, once you get past there, it's not very visible again. And the way that you can tell if you're ever out here is there's a telephone pole, there's a power pole right there, and it's pretty visible. So that's the scenic view protection consideration. And we were just lucky because of all this vegetation that's already there.
Okay, and in my preparation, I understand the property is considered high fire hazard.
Yeah.
And Art, of course, Art Hoagland talks about mitigations. I thought the first thing about the hazard was that you avoid everything. So there's a whole lot, as we could see, existing vegetation, but by going in the mostly already developed sites, you avoid all of that with the proper mitigation, zone, separations and all that.
Yeah, well, we're still going to have to do the standard defensible space. But one of the things that we liked about this cluster right here is this is where the drive is now that goes in Shorty Pap's old house. And that's where we're going to put more friendly vegetation than Gamble Oak and Serviceberry. And this is going to serve as kind of the yard, the courtyard, ranch yard that separates these buildings. And that's where we're going to have to do a lot of our defensible space. There will be some in here that will have to be done, but for the most part, because we picked this area, the vegetation removal that we have to do will be less than if we had, let's say, gone back in here in the first site that we looked at.
Okay. On page 11 of our, I guess it's 10:11, talks about prohibition of commercial agricultural activities. No one's touched on that today.
I can respond to that and make it simple.
You can respond to it. I don't know if it's simple. But
it's pretty simple because Bart talked to Ben this morning and said that condition is part of the approval, and he said that's fine with him. He knew he was going to lose it anyway, so he has no objection to it.
He didn't know he was going to lose it, but he was planning on it. And one of the great things about Ben is he said, well, I'm going to use this as a residential property. Why should I get the benefit of agricultural tax exemption? I've got cows in Texas. Why do I want cows in Colorado? If it costs me more in taxes, that's my fair share for what I'm doing. That's his attitude. So, the weird thing about it is I would hate, I'm sorry.
Here.
George pointed out very tactfully that I wasn't speaking into a mic. The one concern I have about restrictions like that is sometimes having agricultural activities on a property can be a nice amenity, and it can be nice for the county too. It maintains that feel of a rural setting. And Ben may want to have horses out here, or maybe you want to have some cows or sheep or something like that. And I would just want to make sure that the covenant wouldn't be written in a way that would prohibit kind of the gentleman ranching activities, as long as we're not using it as an excuse to get our taxes lower. Ben doesn't have a problem paying his fair share of taxes, but he wouldn't want to be prevented from having horses out there. And I think that's part of the balancing act. We understand what you're trying to achieve through the commercial prohibition, and we're okay with that part of it, but we wouldn't want to be unnecessarily inhibited in our use of the property for a way that's consistent with how it's been used for 100 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that would be a problem, but thanks for that response, so we didn't have to have a discussion on it. This is for you, Mike. Page 16, under L, talks about staff response for traffic generation. Traffic generation from the increased density is shown in the site plan to be accommodated by the main driveway. How does a driveway mitigate traffic generation?
The point of that standard is that we basically don't want extra density parking on county roads. And what staff was trying to respond to was that this driveway is so long and there's so much area for parking to occur that it's really a non-issue for the CDU to be built there.
So traffic generation issue really doesn't relate to Snowmass Creek Road traffic generation, but that parking circumstance?
Basically.
And that's what this section... Okay, I just kind of thought that was a little awkward, how you mitigate traffic generation by a long driveway. It takes you longer, you know. I wonder if in Joanna's memo, no, Susan Pearson, zoning officer, first page of her memo, it's really page, let's call it 19 of the memo, the one after your final 18, talks about compliance with all requirements of the Aspen Fire Department. It's basalt, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a typo. It should be Basalt and Rural Fire Protection District.
Okay. At this point, I thank you for everyone for all the explanations and presentation.
Yeah, just some comments. I think there's been some really good thought put into this, and I think the way it's been presented, there's some things that I think are thought out very well. The lot line adjustment I'm in favor of. I think it makes a lot more sense than the current configuration. I am not in favor of the GMQS for the milk barn, the exemption for square footage for the historic preservation of the milking barn. I do feel that, well, first of all, let's just say you didn't play your poker game properly, but I still wouldn't have approved it anyway. I like the fact that and it goes into the fact that you're bringing a lot of thought and presentation to this, that you want that to be historic, you want to preserve it. The features in the house of using old recycled stuff. I even noted that one of the houses has got a sod roof, and that kind of seems like a neat feature. But I am in favor of it being a receiver site for a TDR. The design for the basement space, I like the way that you've designed it. I do think a good portion of that, a third of that, is clearly basement. The rest I'm not sure is clearly basement, but it is on a downgrade that makes sense in that direction for that to be used in that way, that additional TDR space to be used in that way. The thought process of having the reduction of square footage for parcel A, I think that was a good addition to the proposal. The thought process of having the additional square footage that's still not built out on that space added to the free market house on parcel A, I think that was a good piece to put in there as well, because I think that's where it belongs as opposed to another CDU or something else on that side of the property. I do maybe have one question. I've got my page open to it, is the details about the pavilion and if there are any code issues that we should be aware of that. It does look like it's closer to the river than the house or anything else. and what that might be used for, and what are the details revolving around the pavilion. And that's, I guess, first for staff, what are the code issues that we have to be considerate of for that structure? I believe that it's not included in their square footage, those sorts of things, and my recollection of the code for pavilions like that. But is there anything that we should be concerned with in terms of its location, its use, those sorts of things? And then the question for the applicant is, what their intention is for that pavilion.
The pavilion, from a code perspective, will count towards floor area. And so if we approve the TDR receiver site, the main house and the pavilion won't be able to exceed 8,250 square feet. So it counts towards floor area. Glenn can talk about the use, but regardless, if it becomes a pavilion or an art studio, it can't become a dwelling. It would have to be basically an accessory building to the main residence.
The stream margin portion?
Oh, stream margin, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's within an activity envelope that's been set 100 feet away from the mean high water mark of Snowmass Creek. So staff is comfortable with this location.
Any further questions for applicant or staff? Yes, George, I'm sorry.
I was going to make some comments.
Okay, yeah.
If you have any questions, okay.
I got quite a very quick question. As far as process, we're not approving the TDR today, we're just giving direction. Doesn't it have to go through special review, or is that part of this whole package? I'm unsure of code requirements on that one.
Yeah, as far as process, the reason the board is seeing this today is because Glenn's asked for the historic designation. Otherwise, the entirety of this application would have gone to the hearing officer because of the TDR request. But because this is the highest review body, that's why the board is seeing this today.
Yeah, I very much appreciate having the opportunity. I guess maybe you didn't get exactly where you might have wanted to land, but it's fantastic to see this, to have an applicant come in and work with the site, because we could have gotten this site blowing up pretty bad, I think, so heads up on that one.
George, you have comments?
Yeah, I can support this application. Again, I think it's great to have a new resident to Pickens County who understands the values that we hold dear to our community, regardless where that new owner comes from. A lot of times that's not the case. A lot of times our new residents bring their own values with them to the community, and it's hard for them to make that adjustment. So it's great to see that we've got a great new citizen in our community. I just wonder in the recitals, if we have to do this at this point or later on, I would support Snowmass CAP's recommendations that the 8250 could be used entirely above grade, or in this case, given this house design, a lot of that additional space is actually going to be considered what I would say a walk-in basement, because it goes into the hillside. So I can support that request in exchange to ensure that that historic barn does get restored and stabilized. In terms of, and I definitely support TDR. I'm not sure when Rachel's request was that the TDR had to come from Snowmass CAP, if that's a requirement, and if so, are there TDRs that are actually available to purchase in the Snowmass CAP area? And then finally, the plaque is a good idea, but I actually rode my bike up there over the weekend, and so I had a view of the property and a sense of it. It's really a dangerous part of the road for someone to entice someone to stop, park their car, and look at the property. I'm really concerned for the safety aspect of that, so I'm not sure that that's the best way to go. I'd probably let our sheriff's department perhaps have some input on that as well, but I don't think there's any safe pull-out traffic coming down. It's a steep hill coming down from the deaf camp. I'm not crazy about that.
Janet?
Yeah, when we did the Snowcat master plan, the caucus, didn't they require TDRs to come from within? There was some talk about that. If TDRs are landed, they need to come from Snowcat. Does anyone remember any of that?
I remember that with Woody Creek as being a desire and a preference. The difficulty with that, of course, is it puts someone at an absolute inability to deal with the private market of TDRs. So what we have done in cases where it's been desired that it come from that area is that they at least document for us in writing that they made that attempt and said, however, the price was X and for Y we were able to get a TDR somewhere else, but we did contact all the people who had TDRs in that area, and we've done that.
Well, I would support Rachel's request with that consideration exactly as articulated. Don't be held hostage, but if you can do it, be fine. That doesn't land maybe one in urban growth boundary.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. It seems in looking through the resolution that the Hoagland fire comments have been incorporated, and because of the way our staff was making their recommendation that essentially the Snowmass Capital Caucus recommendations are included in the resolution, I would therefore make a motion to approve the Charlie Mountain LLC activity envelope site plan review, designation to historic register without benefits, subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, and special review for a TDR receiver site, and incorporating the conditions that the applicant will fully comply with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommendations that were included in our packet, as well as Basalt Rural Fire and the Snowmass Capital Caucus recommendations.
So the issue of the plaque, Rachel supported it? Not included.
I did not include it in my motion.
Okay, right, but I just want to make sure that that wasn't overlooked. And
The issue of the what?
the plaque, the historic plaque, or at least not the historic plaque, but the plaques I was talking about.
Plaza Road and
that was not included in this resolution, and that's satisfactory to the board. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Mike, too. He really helped us out.
And thank your design team and your owner. That it really is a nice proposal to have taken a look at.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. You really do appreciate it.
Okay, Suzanne is out on the bench with her young child.
There are a couple others that want to say that. We'll try to highlight industrial
Glenn, would you like your encyclopedia back? I love it. You don't know how handy or at least unique that is, because you go back and forth at a meeting especially.
Here, Glenn, I'll give you mine back too. As long as you're doing the recycling.
But it is easy to use.
Okay. There's 10 minutes left, 7 minutes left. So we've got another item.
Oh, I mean, it's. But I just want to take it out. Okay. We just, when you guys talk, you'll have to.
Hi, Suzanne.
Hi. I'm back.
Grassroots, are we ready? We're good to go? Okay. This is the BOCC regular session, June 13th, 2012. We're addressing the last item on our agenda, which is the Castle Creek Campus Master Plan Amendments. Suzanne, are you going to present?
I am.
Great.
All right, Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. Matt Webster is here and Carolyn Hines for the Aspen Country Day School. So they can answer questions if you have any. There are a couple of minor amendments to the resolution that approved the campus. One is to reduce the required number of sewer inspections and flushing of the system from yearly to every 4 years. One is to eliminate the requirement for annual inspections of Keno Gulch and the mitigation that was accomplished up there. And the third is to reduce the previously required employee housing impact fee for Aspen Country Day School to correctly reflect the projected FTE growth. I think quickly the sewer inspections and Keno Gulch inspections, essentially everyone has agreed in terms of the sewer inspections that the inspections that have already occurred, and there have been several, have found that the system is functioning fine. There are no issues. They feel it is unnecessary to be doing this every year. And so they've agreed that once every 4 years is adequate to determine if any issues arise. So we have supported that request to amend that to every 4 years. On Keno Gulch, this relates to the debris flow mitigation plan. The original condition had anticipated visually inspecting. At the time, there was a culvert that was part of the mitigation plan, and I think they wanted to make sure that that wasn't getting blocked at all. The culvert was subsequently removed from the plan, and so now it's just it's an open all the mitigation is open, and so they feel that there isn't a need to be doing inspections on an annual basis related to blockage. They will be maintaining it annually, and then if there was a major event, any sort of substantial event, they would have an engineer come out to make sure that the mitigation that's been constructed is still stable and doing what it's supposed to do, but that it's not necessary to be doing that on an annual basis. So we've supported that request. And the third request relates to the employee housing impact fee. Country Day is, under the approval, is required to pay the mitigation fee for 18 FTEs prior to issuance of the first building permit, and that time is soon approaching, hopefully, I think. So they started to look at their FTEs and realized, in looking at that actually the way they'd been calculated back in 2008 under the master plan is not the way the Housing Authority calculates for teachers, which they don't count as a full FTE, they count as 3/4 of an FTE. So when they redid those numbers, they determined that actually rather than 18 FTEs, sorry, what's the new number? I think 10.2 FTEs is basically the number that would be, they should be required to mitigate for before that first building permit is issued. The Housing Authority has looked at this and agreed with what they presented in terms of their numbers. There is an audit provision included in the master plan, so they will pay that impact fee for that projected increase. If anything is different in the future, if there is a larger increase over time, that would be captured through that audit process. They would be required to provide further mitigation based on that. So we have also supported that request, and I'll leave it there and happy to answer questions.
Board, are there questions for Suzanne? Rob, and then George.
The only question I had is regarding the Keno Gulch inspections after a significant debris flow event, and knowing what's significant and what's insignificant. What triggers that? A few rocks fall down, it's not significant. A mudslide happens, it's significant. It's a whose discretion and that sort of thing.
I guess there is some discretion in there on our part. Obviously, there are things that flow with a summer thunderstorm that, things are going to move in that gulch. But I think a significant event, obviously, what was the year of the big flow?
96.
96. That was probably, the most significant. There's probably somewhere in there that's more than a thunderstorm and other. But I think, we hear about these things anytime there's anything beyond, I think, a few rocks rolling down. So I think it will be, I guess I'm comfortable that we'll know when it's significant, that's when we need to, to require this. And I think the school also is going to be doing that too, because they're going to go, okay, this was a lot of stuff that came down. We want to make sure that this is safe and still doing what it needs to do. So I don't know if anybody has suggestions on some better language. I'd be happy to add something. But yeah, I guess yes, that is subjective, but I think we'll.
I guess my concern is going from some regular time frame to, the definition of a significant event, and are we going to be monitoring that? Is my question. I know you feel comfortable if they call us and say there was a significant event, but if they don't call us and there was a significant event, how do we require them to go do something? As opposed to having some sort of regular timeline for checking to see if there was a significant event or not.
I don't know, do you have any insights?
Well, I think that the first point is that campus staff will be looking at it every year, obviously, and so they'll be responsible for keeping the channel clear. And I think the main concern right now, since we've scaled back the design from having a box culvert with a lot of concrete walls to basically having an enhanced berm that's built with large MSE blocks, that it would take a really large event to impact the effectiveness of the mitigation. And I think, as Suzanne says, when those happen somewhere in the valley, they tend to happen in multiple areas in the valley, and people know about it. Not to mention the fact that I think the campus staff is just interested in making sure this works so that they don't have to deal with a bigger cleanup issue, more liability if it again runs over the parking lot and gets into buildings and cars. So I think there will be lots of eyes on it.
Any follow-up? Yes, George?
Well, Suzanne, I was just curious, when we were talking about the FTEs, did you say that, at least according to APSHA, that a teacher is not given designated as a full FTE?
That they calculate it as 3/4 of an FTE at 1,600 hours per year rather than a full-time equivalent, which is 2,080 hours.
Because they're off in the
year.
Summertime for those 3 months?
Right. So they do have some staff that is counted as full-time FTEs, but teachers, are only counted as 3/4 time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah. Suzanne, you might, or Lance, have the background on this. I was just really surprised, given the length of our hearings and the work that went into this application in the first place, to see that the Keno Gulch mitigation had been changed. There seemed to just be a lot of time and effort, and you know, maybe this is just procedural for the next application or something, but it seems like it would have been appropriate to come back to the board and at least let us know this was under consideration, what was happening, because it was the health, safety, and welfare of the children in the site that, you know, really drove a very lengthy and thorough process with our board about mitigation. And I, you know, without any copy of the new design in our packet or anything, it's really hard to say whether I should remove the once a year inspection requirement. You know, it's like there's a lack of information there.
Yeah, and I guess that was probably an amendment we dealt with administratively.
Yeah.
When they proposed it, and it didn't come to board.
But again, without saying this was the old plan,
Right.
This is the new plan, this is why we think it should be removed, I don't have enough information.
Yeah, and I guess you know, from what we, you know, determined at the time when we approved that amendment was that this design is actually simpler, and it's a more free-flowing channel because there is not a culvert. There is not a potential block with the
But
culvert.
is it now a direct flow into the creek?
It's not into the creek. I mean, it's the same channel that was there before, but there was a culvert that provided access to a parking lot that was on the far side. I don't know if you remember that from the plan. And basically, they agreed this was a simpler design, probably a cheaper design, you know, less complicated to create. They eliminated the parking lot. It no longer required the culvert, but the flow of the channel remained the same. So,
and again, maybe it's my recollection, it's just a little foggy, but I thought part of it was that the culvert was going to capture some so that if there was a debris flow event, it wouldn't be immediately silting into Castle Creek.
the culvert really was just to allow that access over the top. I mean, that was the primary purpose of the culvert. So if anything, it created a potential block.
Okay. I thought it was also a little bit containment.
Maybe Matt can speak to that.
No, I think obviously we didn't want the culvert to get blocked in any way. What we looked at, and the outside expert, you had us bring a third-party expert in. What we looked at was the overall deposition area on the bottom of the gulch between kind of where the culvert was going to be and the creek. And so we looked at potential volumes that would come down and how much storage area there was within that deposition area. And that hasn't changed. And just to speak to the nature of the mitigation, the recommendations set forth by A and Associates had to do with the depth of the channel from the invert of the channel to the highest point of the berm between the channel and campus. And those design guidelines have been maintained. So really all we did was, before we were we were separating the channel from campus, and then we had to provide access over the channel. Now we're not providing that access over the channel, but we're maintaining that same level of separation between the channel and campus in terms of not allowing things to physically jump over the berm and impact buildings and other areas of campus.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly understand it's in your best interest to make sure it's a well-working system. So there was an elimination of a parking lot. How many parking spaces were eliminated?
It was 20-something.
I was going to say 18, somewhere
High
in there.
teens, right around
teens,
20, give or take a few.
And we included a condition at that time that those parking spaces would have to still be accommodated on the campus. And basically, as the more detailed plans come in, as they work on each building and come in with that, when all is said and done, they will still have to provide the same number of parking spaces that they agreed to in the master plan. But obviously, things are, little pieces are changing all the time as they get into the more detailed design phase. Yeah. So that was the condition then, was okay to remove these, but you're going to have to capture them somewhere else on campus as you work your way through the rest of the redevelopment.
Yeah, again, it just seems a little awkward that you spend so much time doing a master plan, considering the open space, considering the character of it, and then now, we eliminated 18 parking spaces, and we'll find a way to shoehorn them in somewhere else eventually. Is our own staff boxing themselves in to say, well, I guess we'll have to approve these parking spaces next to the historic building that was preserved, or in different areas that when we did our site tour and looked around, it was, this will be maintained, or this, it seems piecemeal in a way that I'm a little uncomfortable with. It may or may not relate to these conditions that we're talking about today, but just in terms of process, it seems piecemeal.
Jack?
Yeah, I have two things. One is this, I'm trying to understand how in the world the parking lot and the mitigation got removed, because I would have thought it was such a critical issue. This whole site, we had big concerns. This is one of the toughest applications I've ever sat through as a commissioner. And the debris flow, the avalanche potential, on that backside, et cetera, where the rehearsal rooms are. The whole site was just really a tense thing to do, to march down the road, do the right thing by the public safety as well as, moving the application forward. So I'm real uncomfortable with that too. I very much I know, and we probably shouldn't go backwards. And staff, I'll tell you, has done a fantastic job. Well, golly, light bulb is a real question here. You've always brought stuff to us. Maybe you might have missed this one, only because it was such a critical site to deal with. So I have 100% agreement with Rachel. And we can leave it there, because now those things are removed. This might be very logical, and if the debris is minor, you clean it up, and then, on site, with the staff people, and then on a big flow, well, you'll have to, get professional help, and I can understand that. At the end of the day, though, when the debris flows, if it was a massive debris flow, and, you never could predict this, and you never want it to happen, but is there adequate mitigation that it won't spread throughout the campus, in that area, as well as going to the creek? I mean,
well, the mitigation is all designed to keep it away from the campus. It will not go at all towards the campus as it did in 1996 when it flowed towards the pond. This mitigation that is what it is designed to do. It directs it away from the campus, which means the deposition area is then between where the gulch then continues down and eventually gets to the creek.
Yeah.
And that was always where it was going to go in order to take it away from the buildings.
Yeah, so in fact, really, the mitigation stayed, just the structure and the culvert went away. That's the bottom line.
Right. And that's why we, I guess, approved it the way we did, because we agreed that it was equal to, if not better, mitigation, given that now there was no potential blockage because the culvert was being removed.
I think there's a lot of logic in that. I'm speaking purely from my own almost like emotional sense of, gee, this was a tough application, so we had to ask these questions. That's the way it is. The other thing about the inspections and flushing, I spent 10 years on water and sand, so I pretty much understand this. But when you have a grade of 0.28%, that's just about flat. There's really no drop at all. I wonder, throughout this whole construction process, though, and of course I can't remember where the lines are at the moment, or future lines, both of those, with all the truck traffic, et cetera, is that taken into consideration? You might collapse some lines?
Definitely out of my realm.
Yeah, there's a long construction period, and the last inspection was done in 2011, so there'll be another one in 2015. I think it's in the contractor's best interest to make sure that everything's working when they sign off on the project. And if there's any, the one thing is if there's any blockage, the Country Day and Music School will know about it.
Yeah. So you immediately can.
Yeah. Because they've had some issues with a couple of their service lines, and so as soon as anything goes wrong, they know about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I looking at Carla's one-sentence memo, I think must have been the day before she left or something, but
they're supportive of the revision. I'm just not sure if we shouldn't camera in a couple of years just to make sure, or make sure we camera when the heaviest, after the heaviest construction season occurs. So I'm just not totally comfortable with leaving this one. Oh, let's come back in 4 years. Understanding though, I guess if you collapse the line, you'd have a real problem. So, I have hesitancy there, so I don't know where to go with it.
Let me suggest something, that although the parking lot and the culvert were eliminated, the hazards from Keno Gulch remain the same. They remain the same as when we did the approval. Even with the berm, we required you to do all that work. My feeling is that a geologist visiting the site every year for 2 hours is not an undue burden, and it eliminates exactly what we thought was going to be the problem, which is this can't go on a long-term basis without constant inspection. That was our decision at the time, and I don't see a compelling reason to change that, because the biggest concern was the safety and health of the children and the employees out there. So I would recommend that the yearly inspections continue. In terms of the inspection for the sewer system, I can't remember that as clearly as the Keno Gulch situation, but there again, a couple of hours of inspection on an annual basis just seems to me good practice, and not an undue burden for the music associates or the school. And I would suggest that we continue that too. I just don't, there's not a compelling reason not to have the best maintenance, the best safety that you can possibly have. The conditions haven't changed enough for me there. If the school reduced its enrollment by 50%, maybe you wouldn't need as frequent inspections, but they haven't. So I just don't see that there's any reason not to have thorough inspections of both Keno Gulch and the sewer system. That's my feeling. I just don't see. I can remember the difficulty of approving this site because of the multiple hazards, and now we're getting a pushback on inspection of that site. And the site hasn't changed, the enrollment hasn't changed, the use hasn't changed. So I just don't see there's any compelling reason to change it. Yes, Rachel?
Michael, I can agree with your sentiments. I have been sitting here thinking, well, perhaps when it's fully built out and then fully used for a few years, it would be appropriate to look at and say, okay, maybe the sewer system inspections can drop back. But it's not fully built out yet, and it's not fully done. And this is a site that, because of its proximity to Castle Creek, would never be approved for this sort of use today. It was really that it was an existing use, that we allowed it to be changed. The safety issues, I think weighed on all of us at night, whether we were approving this as to, is this sufficient? Is this enough to make sure that the safety is real? And we're seeing more and more of these kind of torrential rainfalls that are just unusual in nature. And it has more to do for me with hearing, getting an update from our manager to say, the road's out in 133 in Redstone, the road's out here, the road's out in Woody Creek because of these real extreme mudslide events. And so, I'm tending to agree with Michael on both of those matters.
So, board, how do we feel about it as a whole?
I would agree, and I think we need to drop section 3 and 4 from the resolution.
Jack? George?
Yeah, I can go with that.
Okay. Then we get to the issue of the FTEs, reduction of FTEs. So,
may I qualify, please?
Yes.
I can agree with dropping 3 and 4 as far as yeah, we still should require, but I'm not sure we need to flush that system every single year. Now, I think that there might be, the cammering really does the job. And so, they can come back in a few years if, when things are mostly got whatever and change something. But I would consider, they don't have to flush it every year. I think that's probably not necessary. The cammering will tell them everything they need to know.
I don't remember this issue being covered in depth. Does anybody remember these requirements of flushing and camera inspection?
I wasn't here.
Yeah. I don't remember them, quite frankly. But there again, Jack, I would need to, as Rachel pointed out, years of operation to make sure that there isn't. So if they can come back after 6 years of operation and say, we've done yearly inspections, we've found no problems, and can we reduce the number of flushings from an annual basis? That makes sense, but not initially.
Well, I can understand that's the safest approach, and we'd hate to have a giant backup, really a groundbreaking whatever, and go in the creek. So I guess I'll go with the conservative approach. Here's health and safety.
Yeah, and then, so the time would be to come back after successful inspections and successful operation of your system, not now. Then we come to FTEs. We had calculated, or had been presented to us as 18 FTEs initially. And then after consultation with APSHA and the use of their system for calculating FTEs, we're down to 10.3.
10.2.
10.2. So how do we feel about that? Rachel?
I'm a affordable housing advocate, but in the review of this, it's a fairness issue. If they're normally calculated at 0.75 and not 100% for a teacher, then that's the standard we should take. And with the classrooms that have been eliminated, then that also changes the number. And there also is a requirement to come back for annual review or semi-annual, I'm not even sure which right now, it's been a long day, so that if that number has grown, there will be mitigation required in the future. So it's not just a one-time bite at the apple. So I'm willing to support this request and see what we end up with over time with the school's, utilization of teachers.
Rob?
I agree.
Jack?
I'm very much surprised that we made a mistake after about 2 years review on this, but fairness speaks for itself, so I would agree.
George?
Yes.
Yeah, so it sounds like the Board of County Commissioners will agree with the calculations used by the Housing Department, but we will continue the requirement for review of the employee base at the school. And this, we're just talking about Aspen Country Day School at this point.
Correct. There was no increase for the music.
So that was what they asserted.
Right, and that would be also addressed in an audit if there was any increase.
Okay, so the one item, is there a motion then?
I'd like to make a motion, but my first question is, should we change the title of this resolution given the fact that we're removing sewer inspections and Keno Gulch inspections? So I would make a motion for the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, approving amendments to the master plan for the Castle Creek campus related to employee housing mitigation.
For Aspen Country Day School.
For employee housing mitigation. Well, I'm just reading the title of the thing.
But it is.
It is for the music school in Aspen Country Day.
It's for, well, that's the location, but the request is from Aspen Country Day School. I just want to make that clear.
Because it is number 9.
As we've amended by taking out section 3 and 4.
Is that clear, Suzanne?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm a little confused of the motion, because don't we need to
Conditions 3 and
include
4, yeah.
the changes that we just discussed for Tino Gulch inspections and sewer inspections in that motion?
We're leaving the original master plan component.
Oh, we're leaving it.
Right,
as
right,
stated.
so there's no change
Okay,
to the
okay.
language in the original reso.
Was there a second to that motion?
Second,
Any further discussion?
I just, without rereading every last line really quickly, we're taking just condition, item number 3 and item number 4 out of the resolution, fully accomplish what we've discussed, and changing the title.
I think so. I mean, it
Okay.
basically means that existing condition remains.
Okay.
In those two cases.
Any further questions?
Do you guys mind if I just make one point?
Yes.
Just about the sewer inspection, just so you know, the last few times they've done it, it has cost about $10,000. So on an annual basis, it is quite a commitment to do the actual video inspection.
I think, we understand that, but the
Okay.
commitment
I
is-
just wanted to make sure that the magnitude was
Yeah.
clear.
The magnitude to Castle Creek of a
Yeah.
failure is significant also, and actually is hard to replace in terms of just dollars. So,
Understood.
But the conversation here was, continue with your inspections for a period of operation, a number of years, when the campus is in full operation, come back and say, or at least give the opportunity to come back in a number of years and say, we've accomplished these inspections, there have been no significant problems, and we would like to increase the interval between the inspections. I think that's a fair approach, rather than initially saying, releasing you from those obligations of inspection, which you agreed to. Yes,
Quick
Jeff.
question, $10,000 for just Camry?
The
or-
combination.
The combination.
Yeah, I haven't seen the split.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So, Board, there's open discussion. Does anyone want to discuss regretting meeting the BLM, missing the BLM meeting? No? Any open discussion whatsoever? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. I have 2 small items, I think. I would like to request that at one of our future work sessions, whether it's in MOIs or, a half hour of agenda time, that we have an update on how the weed control efforts are going this summer, given that we no longer have a weed control officer. And just how are we doing the outreach? How are we working with the public lands nearby? How are we working with our own open space lands?
Is that acceptable to the Board?
Yes.
Thank you. And the second is that I do not know as much about the topic as I would like to know, but I did read the Aspen Times article this morning about I think it's the Willow Creek unitization request that may have some gap leases or expiring leases, and I would like to request that we get an update from our attorney on that in one of the next executive sessions we have scheduled.
Is that okay with the Board? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other open discussion? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.